Hello, everyone. Pop culture curator here. Welcome to my New Year's Eve celebration. I did post a link in the chat. If you'd like to join the panel, come on up, celebrate. It's an open panel, open mic, open topic night tonight. So everybody and anybody is welcome. Hopefully, if you have a good mic and a good internet connection, come on up and celebrate. I know it's a little early for New Year's, but I figured tomorrow night on the actual New Year's Eve, everybody's going to be streaming on their brother, especially the big streamers, because that's when they get all their money and their super chats and everything. So, and I usually do my rumblings from the lab on Saturday nights. I figured maybe this will be best. So if you want to, grab a drink, pull up a chair, join us for tonight. Or join me, unless nobody joins. It'll just be me. I don't know. It might be a short celebration, short and dismal. Some of my usual cohorts may not be here, at least yet. I know Gorilla said that he is busy with doing stuff with family. He may be a little late. But I did pop a link in the chat for anybody else. I tried to pin it. I link in the chat. I usually try to pin it so it stays at the top. But I don't know what's going on with YouTube right now. It won't let me pin it for some reason. Maybe I need to post it again, which I could try to do. Let me do that. Let me post that link again and see if that makes a difference. But I did want to say hello to everybody. We've got 2 days until the new year, I guess. And I know tomorrow night is going to be busy. Like I said, a lot of people are going to be in fact, it's even if they're home, if they're smart and if they're wise, they'll be out celebrating, having a good time with friends or family, maybe in a public place. I know drinking alone by yourself is not very fun, but hey, I figure I might as well come on here and chat with people and some of my friends online. So let me try to post this link again. Like I said, everybody's welcome to the chat. Let me see. I'll post this again. There we go. Now let's see if it lets me pin this one. Yeah, see, it's still. I don't know why. I put a link to the panel and it will not let me, no matter what I do, will not let me pin it to the top. Hello, Nemesis of Eden. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing well, Pop. How are you doing, buddy? Aside from not being able to pin things to the top of the chat.
Yeah, it's interesting. If I put like I just a regular comment saying hello everyone, I can pin that. But if I put a link to the panel, it won't let me pin that. I don't know if it's something that I'm doing wrong or if something going on with YouTube or what, but it's like, okay, that's got to be a pain in the neck. I hope it's not just me having that issue.
I feel like this was something there was issues the other day too. But maybe not.
Or
I'm trying to think back to Jill's stream.
Oh, was she having problems?
I'm trying to think so, but I'm 100%. I don't really know.
Oh, well, cool. Did you work tonight?
No, this is like my one day off. I work tomorrow, and then I work the next day.
Well, I can imagine you guys are probably going to be very busy tomorrow.
Oh yeah, everyone will be up here buying their drugs. Very popular.
Oh, well.
Probably lots of edibles and whatnot.
Yeah, I would be doing the same thing. Tomorrow's the time to celebrate. So, better getting THC based stuff than I guess than opium or chemicals, right?
Oh, I think so, for sure. And I mean, like, don't get me wrong, some chemicals could probably okay. It's like I'm all for wanting to try DMT, like, but
That I agree with. Same here. I don't. I've heard of it. Gorilla says to, and thank you, Gorilla. That did work. Refresh my YouTube page, which I did do, and it worked. So I was able to pin that message to the top. So that's good news. So there is a link, everyone, if you want to join us. Yeah, Gorilla, there you are. Happy New Year, Gorilla. Thank you for the
Yeah, Happy
suggestion.
New Year. Yeah, you just gotta refresh YouTube when that happens.
Well, that's why I like to listen to the
Yeah,
experts.
yeah. Oh.
But
yes,
you're right.
Gorilla knows well.
You're right. What you're talking about, Nemesis, I would like to try that at least once. I don't know. I hear that it's basically it's supposed to trigger natural things inside the body to give you the I don't know if they're considered hallucinations or not, but I'd rather try
I've
that. Sorry, go
I've heard
ahead.
it's one hell of a trip. I've heard it's one hell of a trip.
Yeah, but it's a short trip, and that's what I want because I've done acid before, and it lasted for like 12 hours. It was awful. I was just like,
Yeah,
I
I
was
know.
so done with it way before it was done with me.
Yeah, me too. I did it once and I said never again.
Yeah,
Sounds
so
like me
like,
with Adderall.
oh God, yeah, oh dude, oh Adderall, yeah,
It
I
kept
remember
me
that
up for.
stuff.
I took one pill and I was up for 3 days straight. There, and never again.
Isn't that the crap they give kids?
That's for that ADHD.
Well, good. Well, God, what good's it gonna do you if it's keeping the parents up for 3 days?
I know I wasn't a
Just
parent.
so they can keep up with the
I was
kids.
still in high school. I was still in high school.
So I'll take it they don't give them Ritalin anymore, huh?
This was just a prescription that the person had that I knew.
Yeah, I mean, I was on Ritalin for 1 year of my life, and it was awful. I looked like an alien. It physically affected me. Like my eyes were sunken, my skin was gray, and like it was awful stuff.
Hey, were you like Bobby and could focus on the fly buzzing?
No, dude, I was like a zombie from what I was told.
That's the way Bobby was on King of the Hill.
Okay, well, I
into a
don't think I've
zombie.
seen. Oh God, okay.
I'll find the episode for you.
When I was a kid, I had a cousin that was really hyper, and they gave him Ritalin, and he sounded like a zombie. I remember it was like a totally different person. I guess it was good for us because he was like climbing the walls, before that. But it was not. It's not good for the kid. Oh, this is basically a way of the parent or the teacher drugging the kid just to keep him out of the way. When I was a teacher,
I was on Dexedrine for most of my life, which is basically prescription cocaine. Which is funny because like now I just drink a lot of coffee and it helps me focus. So they find that like stimulants help people with ADHD focus for them.
Then I guess the safest thing to do is just give your kid coffee. At least it's better than all that prescription garbage, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, it's I don't have kids, so it's hard for me to tell. But like growing up, I personally did not like being forced to take medication all of my life. I don't take a lot now.
Well,
like,
naturally,
so,
I don't blame you.
Yeah, but oh man, my friends really like my medication. They take it and they'd start it, and apparently it was just like cocaine for them. They fucking little bastards. Anyways, I should probably stop with the swearing. One thing I have been talking about, Pop, with a couple other people is just YouTube knows about if people are swearing a lot. I'm just worried about because of your monetization thing. If we want to get you monetized, I'm worried that the drinking and the swearing, because YouTube knows it's the bots. It's not people going through. It's
Oh, so you think that's going to affect my channel? Or so you think it's going to make it like for adults only and all that kind of stuff?
I do.
Oh, well, normally people are bad at it. The F word every now and then is fine. But it's usually when we get people that are drinking, and that's when the F word is every other word out of their mouth. So I
know I swear when I. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and I know that some of us have been having trouble on our streams with people that have been getting overzealous with their alcohol. So I guess we need to kind of try to keep it a tight finger on that.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're not worried about getting monetized, there shouldn't be a problem. But if we do want to focus on you getting monetized, we might want to be a bit more strict on it just till you get monetized.
If I ever do, it doesn't seem likely at this point.
You never know. You never know. You can always reapply because I've seen people do it. But
well, the point I'm at right now is YouTube wants me to make a video just for them, kind of like a behind the scenes video of how I do my channel, how I do the editing, how my streams come together, that kind of stuff. They want it under 5 minutes. And for me, it's kind of like a mental block. I'm just not sure how to do it. I'm not sure exactly, because when they say they want the video, they're not exactly detailed on what they want to see. So I'm afraid of screwing it up, making it even worse than it is. So because I basically, they told me that like a month ago. They said, okay, make a video, and I was like, I don't know. And so like I said, it's been a month, and I still don't. I'm not any closer to trying to figure out what they want, because I don't have a camera to post here and show me sitting at my computer editing videos. So I don't know. It's very confusing. And then I've been seeing on Twitter, a lot of other people have been having the same issues. I honestly think YouTube discriminates. I know if I was a different gender, I'd have no issue getting monetized. But I don't know, because that seems to be another thing that people are noticing on YouTube. But it seems to be mostly men that are getting targeted. And I don't know. I already deleted something. It said reused content. And I already deleted anything that I thought was reused off my channel. Everything that I have now is original content.
people have been getting hit with that too, though. There's a channel I watch called Pro Jared, and he did a side channel called Now in the 90s, and he goes through day by day what video games were released that day in the 90s. And he also got hit with reused content, and just like 2 days ago he had gone through the whole process that you were talking about, and he has been eligible to get monetization for that channel now. So it is possible for things to happen. Maybe a behind the scenes video would help. Maybe someone like Jill would be able to help you with that. Maybe there's like, does your computer have a webcam?
Well, yeah, but it just shows my ugly face. That's not going to do YouTube any good.
But that's what they want to see. They want to see that you're a person.
Well, it said in the instructions they don't have to show your face.
Oh, okay.
Right. What they want to see is like a third person view of, like, for example, there's a camera pointing at me and my laptop showing me editing videos. Because I can look at the guidelines. I can do that here in a few minutes here, or the description of how it wants the video. But it's just vague enough where I'm not really sure. I was thinking about it within the last few days. I need to kick myself in the butt though and do something. Otherwise, it's going to be like this forever.
Well, exactly, right? Like I'm not trying to force you to do anything. I'm just trying to get the wheels spinning. Sorry, were you saying something, Gorilla?
No, I do appreciate that, Nemesis. I didn't feel like you were forcing me.
Okay, no worries, buddy. Because people have asked me, like, what do you want to do with your YouTube career? And it's like, well, I don't plan on being a massive million subscriber thing, but it would be nice to have this as, like, I wouldn't want to say like as a passive income, but to get paid for the efforts would certainly help. Just even if it's a little bit. So yeah, I've been putting out more shorts, more videos, more tags, trying to watch what I say, how I say things, because YouTube doesn't really like people swearing in the first 5 minutes of the video type of thing. I'm trying to keep videos short and concise.
Yeah, I heard about that, where so many minutes without swearing or something like that. Yeah, I heard. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, so I mean, there are guidelines, of course, but like, I'm personally trying to do better at it, and I have seen more subscribers since. So,
well, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that it's working. And I don't care about I know I'll never be one of those that has like 1 million subscribers either. The only reason why I was hoping to get monetized is only so I can maybe hopefully earn enough to cover my expenses on YouTube, like my StreamYard, my monthly fees, and that kind of stuff. So I
Totally.
wasn't expecting a lot. Yeah, I'm not expecting like $50 super chats and stuff like that. It's
But you
crazy.
probably could if you could get monetized, because like Jill gets stuff like that,
Oh, I know, but she
right?
didn't.
You get your you get your loyal
You,
fan base, and people like to contribute.
well, I know, I understand that, but she's very fortunate. She didn't have any hesitation in getting monetized. It was like immediate. It was like as soon as she hit the threshold where she was the minimum requirements, boom, she got it. And I haven't been so lucky. I hit the minimum requirements. They rejected me. I appealed it. They rejected me once or twice again. And then now they say something about making a video. So I'm not really sure. I thought I either do rumblings, as you guys know, I do rumblings from the lab, which I don't know how that could be reused content, but I do reviews of like Gilligan's Island, Lost in Space, and that stuff. And if that's considered reused, then I don't understand how those monetized channels that do reviews, they get monetized and they're doing reviews. And I thought reviews are fair use content. I don't know. It's confusing.
No, I believe what you just said is all correct. Like reviews are all fair use content and that type of thing. Like I've seen people who have basically put up full scenes and don't get hit with monetization. It's very bizarre and like copyright. And it's like I said, I don't fully understand how it works with YouTube, but like what we do is acceptable. Yeah. And like if I may, go ahead, Gorilla.
I was gonna say I get hit with copyright every week, and Warner Bros. Just releases it. So,
well, I've been lucky lately. As you guys know, my biggest issue is either with CBS or that company, one station down in Louisiana hit me for Gilligan's Island. But I haven't been hit lately. It's been at least a couple months, I think, since I've been getting a copyright warning. I've been trying to keep it to a minimum. I know LDG had some really good suggestions, too, about reducing the size of the video window, maybe having some overlays, showing less slides, not as many. And obviously keep the video clips to a minimum, which I usually do. When I show video clips, I mean, they're not even 3 seconds long. I've heard some people get away with like 15 seconds. I won't even try to get anywhere close to that because I know I'll get hit.
Well, Pop, look how long I share video clips on mine.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe it depends on the company that's doing the striking. Like you said that, like you said you dispute the Waltons stuff and then they drop it. But with me, I mean, I could dispute a 2-second clip on Gilligan's Island and they don't drop it.
Yeah. But yours is
so that might be whoever owns
copyright owner.
Yeah, there are people who are just it's Sorry, Gorilla, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's not even the copyright holder that's claiming it. So
yeah, that station in Louisiana does not own Gilligan's Island, obviously. So I think what I'm getting there is I think it's just somebody who's frivolously just complaining. And I don't think YouTube's doing their homework. I think they're just getting a notification saying that somebody's complaining copyright, and then they're going after me without actually checking to see if they own the rights to it or not. And I tried talking to YouTube about that. And it sucks that obviously when you can't talk to a real person, all they keep doing is putting you back to the automated guidelines, which really doesn't help at all. Because I specifically called them out on that. I said, look, there's a company that's claiming copyright on something they don't even own the rights to. And all I got from YouTube was an automated response saying, it is illegal to claim copyright on something that is not yours. Instead of saying, okay, we'll look into that. We're sorry. It's like, they tell me something I already know. It's illegal to claim copyright on something that is not yours. I'm like, yeah, I know that. Duh. What do you think I messaged you guys for? So basically, they answer a question with a question. rather than a question with an answer.
Well, that's the problem with a company getting too big. They don't have the resources to sit there and answer everybody who messages them.
Oh, see, that's
Well,
just
yeah,
it. Well,
exactly.
well, hold on. You guys have to remember they have unlimited resources. They are much richer than us. They can have as much backup as they choose to or choose not to. So if they don't
Unlimited
have it,
resources isn't a thing, Pop. That there is
it is
limited resources.
now when it comes to support, it depends on how much money they're going to invest in it or how much they care about it. Support could be a higher priority. I mean, here's an example. We're talking about YouTube. If I want support in YouTube, I have to go to Twitter. What kind of sense does that make?
Because
So,
then they're getting called out publicly.
yeah, exactly, which means it's something they choose to do. But it's the same when I was working with Uber, no support, and it's a huge company, multi-billion-dollar company all over the world. They choose not to support. So, believe me, there's always people looking for jobs. Oh, not now, Pooches. I think my dog's saying Happy New Year, guys. But they choose not to support. I mean, there's always people looking for work. And there's even, if they say, well, we can't get enough people, they can boost their automated support, their AI, whatever it is they call it. By the way, they're the ones who choose to use AI instead of live people to save money. Just like the automatic checkouts at grocery stores. That's typically the greed of the company because they don't want to choose labor to have an actual cashier standing there. So that's the reason why support is so horrible these days for these big corporations. So unlimited resources, in my opinion, is something they have an option to but choose not to. But that's my opinion. I mean, when I hear these multi-billion-dollar companies saying, well, we can't afford it, like YouTube, for example, I don't know if you guys heard, but if you guys noticed that we've been getting a lot more commercials now than usual, a lot more ads. And of
Well, I've
course,
noticed I can't skip them. I can't skip both of them.
Well, that too. Yeah, YouTube just spent $4 billion. Now remember, that's $4 billion on a contract for sports, so that they can stream sports. So every time that they invest into something like that, we're the ones that get the front end of it with more advertisements to help pay for the difference. I hear people say, "Well, I understand they have to show ads. It helps pay for their expenses." Not necessarily. They're profiting. It's not like they're struggling along and barely making a little bit of money and they're going to go bankrupt any day now. That's not how it works. They're a multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar company, and they choose how much to invest in the support for you would think would be their base.
Yeah. Here, should we catch up on chat real quick?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Good idea.
I'm sorry, chat. I apologize, everybody. Good to see you all.
Yeah. Taylor Swift says, yo. Gap says, hey, Pops. Nemesis Taylor, Gorilla's Edge. Hey there, Gap. He says,
Hey,
hello.
Yeah, Taylor says, oh my God, LOL. Comic Skate Channel says stuff 100 times worse than anybody on this side of the fence. It shouldn't, in theory, affect getting monetized, LOL. I don't know. I mean, and I just gotta get the watch hours there, but you hear half the stuff we say on my Walton stream.
Yeah, and maybe I'm worrying for nothing about the swears and whatnot. Like,
it can't be any worse than what I said last night, which I don't know if you were there.
Well, no, I pop in and out. I lurk, generally speaking.
Well, and Nemesis, but whether or not it has anything to do with the swearing or not, it has been getting out of hand on some of our channels, so you're not wrong about that.
Yes, I would agree that.
Yeah, I need to start crying. Like I said, I know, and you and I have discussed it behind the scenes that we've had people on that when they get the drunker they get, the more, like I said, that F word it goes flying, and it gets to where they're incomprehensible and you can't even tell what they're talking about anymore. So I need to really lay the rule down on that and not allow it anymore on my channel. And here I am I bought booze specifically for tonight to drink, and here I am talking about drinking on the stream.
Yeah. But that's a different thing. It's New Year's Eve. This is a big special thing. And it's like I can smoke weed and still maintain a normal mental state and not be fly off the handle or devolve into what it devolves into. Cannabis and alcohol aren't the same thing. Yeah, so but if you would like a sober panel. I can be sober as best I can be.
No, I'm not asking for a sober panel. It's and even like we're okay. Let's
He
let's
doesn't
talk
want a
about
white girl wasted. He doesn't want your white girl wasted.
white girl
Yes.
wasted. I hadn't heard that before. Okay, but no,
That-
it's just,
White girl wasted would have been melted copper the other night.
okay. It's not something against alcohol. I don't mind people drinking alcohol. I mean, it's a legal thing. It's just that it's how some people handle their alcohol. You know, there's different kinds of drunks. Some are happy drunks, some are mean drunks, some are quiet drunks, some are the kind that laugh when they're drinking. So the kind I'm talking about are the ones that get mean when they're drunk. So they're the
Yeah, and I
ones,
know.
yeah, they get counterintuitive. They get insulted where they're starting insulting other people and talking over other people, interrupting other people. You guys know what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. If we have somebody on here who's drunk, and because they're drunk, they're just quiet. They're not saying much. I'm not going to complain. I mean, that's okay. Or somebody gets drunk and they're on here and all they're doing is laughing and having a good time. I'm not going to complain about that either. It's just when they get on here and they start disrespecting other people is my issue.
No, definitely. We don't need that disrespect. We don't need the venomous spite. We don't need the negativity. Once we get through these chats, I do have a couple suggestions for streams in the future.
Yeah, I want to get through these chats here because I have to go yank the tablet away from the daughter. So
I appreciate you helping me, Gorilla.
Boomer says, "Hi guys." Hey there,
Boomer. Hello,
Hey, Boomer.
Boomer.
Hey,
Long
Feds.
time no see, Boomer. Hope you're doing well.
Taylor, I agree. I've heard it way worse on other channels that are monetized. Like I said, I say worse stuff on mine. I'm
Good
not
to
worried
see
about
you, Gap, and good to see you, Taylor. All right, yeah, some of those big channels they swear all the time. Look at Doomcock.
Well, look what
But they're already monetized, though. That's my only interjection for that. And hello, Taylor. Good to see you.
Well, last night, like for example, we were talking about the kid that was dying of leukemia there, and the mother was being very protective. I went and said, the kid just wants to go play with his friends and then maybe go on tour with his dad and play guitar with his father, or play music with his father. It's not like he wants to, let's say, get a certain substance up his nose off of a certain body part of a lady of the night. Here, I'll put it nicely for you, Pop.
Are you saying that? So what? Something happened when you said that?
No. I was just being polite.
No, he's saying that he's. Yeah.
I said it a lot cruder on our Walton stream there. Nothing happened. So.
Well, I'm interested. How did you get that out of the Waltons?
Because mother was being very protective, and she just wants him to. The kid got diagnosed with leukemia. He has a year to live. So instead of getting out there and letting the kid do what he wants and live his life, like play music with his father, which is what he really wants, or go play with a friend, she wants him laid up in bed, saving his strength, just basically laying around all day, saving his strength.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like the kid was going out and snorting a certain substance off a certain body part of a lady of the night.
Right.
Those fucking giggles, Gorilla. God damn it.
I can actually say what I actually said, but that's up to Pop. But
yeah, Gorilla, your stream earlier, The Cars That Ate Paris, a 90-minute movie, and your stream was like 40 minutes long. That was pretty quick.
And I guarantee you 30 minutes of that was, there's nothing to talk about here. There's nothing to talk about here. There's nothing. That was the worst movie I've ever seen.
Well, yeah, but you should watch them first before you decide to stream them.
I thought I'd actually have something. I thought there would be an actual plot or something, or at least something to go with, but there was absolutely nothing.
No budget.
So bad. I've seen a $500 budget movie have a plot and good acting and stuff. It's just this was. I don't know.
This just sounds awful.
Yeah. But anyhow, Taylor Swift says that Star Wars girl has been screwed by YouTube for years. She's like permanently shadow banned.
I don't know what
yeah.
she does.
I don't know. Well, once again, it's. Anyways.
Because she doesn't swear, does she?
No, not at all. No, Anna's a sweetheart. She's a doll, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, sometimes she might show clips, but I can't think of anything specifically that would. Wait, but there's a difference between not getting monetized and getting shadow banned. Are you talking about shadow banned on YouTube or on Twitter?
Yeah, that's a Taylor question there. He says Doomcock never showed his face. LOL. Hey,
I'm
Taylor. Actually, I got a picture of what Doomcock looks like. I'll sell it to you for $500.
$500. Fuck, that cheap? Really, bro? Should be upcharging for at least
Right.
1,000.
The question is, it's not worth $5.
No,
Oh, it's worth a lot of money to the right person.
I know there's a lot of people that are fanatic about him, but I'm not one of them.
But I'll tell you right now, I do not have an authentication certificate for it.
Oh, taking a gamble, eh?
I know Edge of Time is here too. I wanted to say hello, and Basil.
Yeah,
I have it, so I do want to say hello to everybody.
I got the highlight.
Hey,
before
Basil.
I continue. I got to go yank the tablet away and go get my daughter sleeping. So I'll be back. I'll be back
All right.
in like 10, 15.
Cool.
Sounds good, buddy. Go be a dad.
Taylor Swift says yo, and Gap says, "Hey, Pops, Nemesis, Taylor, Gorilla, Edge of Time, Basil, and Jim. Yeah, good to see you, Gap. And once again, everybody, thank you for being here, and Happy New Year's Eve. I know this is the night before. Everybody's going to be partying tomorrow, but this is my chance to say hello to you guys. I don't think I'm going to see you tomorrow, so this will be my last chance. This is for me, my last chance of this year. Gap After Dark says Happy New Year. Taylor Swift says, "Oh my God, LOL." And Taylor Swift says, "Comic Geek channels say stuff 100,000 times worse than anyone on this side of the fence. It should, in theory, affect getting monetized." LOL. You would think, but that's just it. I wish you would think, but YouTube is not very specific. They're very vague in their responses. Phantom Boomer Explorer says, "Hi guys, hello Phantom Boomer." Gap says, "Hey Phantom," and Phantom Boomer says, "Gap." Gap says, "Taylor, I agree. I've heard way worse on other channels that are monetized." Yeah, that's what I'm saying is, and I try to model my channel after other ones that are monetized, but I don't know. There's something different about my channel that I haven't quite put my finger on yet. And Taylor says that Star Wars girl has been screwed by YouTube for years. She's like permanently shadow banned. Well, let us know, Taylor. What is shadow banned on YouTube? What happens? Does that mean they don't advertise for you? Taylor Swift says Doomcock never showed his face. LOL. That's true. Maybe that's for the better. Phantom Boomer says mine is just a hobby. And Jim says, "Hi Gap After Dark and the Phantom Boomer Explorers." And by the way, I have showed my face before, but that was before I got sick. And since I started my chemo, I lost a lot of weight and all these other side effects. So I've been hesitant to show my face. But I'm getting better now. I'm on different medication. Things are starting to improve. I'm starting to gain weight. So once I can get a few pounds on the skeleton, then I will show my face again, I promise. And hello, Cam. Good to see you, Cam. Cam says Pop Culture. Hi, Pop. Gorilla.
Hey, Cam.
And Nemesis. Phantom Boomer says, "Damn it, Jim. Still in my sick room." I'm sorry about that, Phantom Boomer. I hope you feel better soon. And Phantom Boomer says, Cam. Taylor Swift says, "They screwed down on her art YouTube channel. They told her, you paint weird things on your channel, so you're in the Illuminati, LOL." And she wasn't getting paid for her channel. That sounds like some far-left liberal garbage. Because I know
How naughty ever.
That's terrible. I know, and I've seen some of her art. It's great. It's fantastic. It's better than anything I could do. And Cam says, "Hello, everyone. Jim, Phantom, Matt G, sorry. Gap After Dark says, "Hey, Cam." And Gap says, "LDG had some good ideas. Use them." Yes. That's what I was saying earlier, Gap. Thank you. Is right. He said, like, get an overlay, reduce the size of the slides where they're smaller. Maybe I could start adding watermarks like Jill does. But I know he also said maybe delete stuff that's more than a year old. But I am not sure quite about doing that yet. For example, like I'm doing Gilligan's Island, and Gorilla and I are getting close to the second season. And if I go back and delete anything that's more than a year old, then that's going to be a lot of the first season. And then if new people come to my channel and if they want to check out my Gilligan's Island streams, the entire first season is going to be missing. So that's why I'm not really sure about how to do that yet. But you're right. LDG did have some great suggestions. He's a smart man. Phantom Boomer says, All hail the mighty stream elements. Yes. Maybe the stream elements
Yes,
is what getting me is what maybe that's why they're thumbing their nose up. I don't know.
that's right. It's because you snub the stream elements. It's 100%. The AI knows, Pop. That's why they love me. And thank you,
Right.
stream elements, for spotting my stuff. And hello
Yes.
to everyone who I haven't said hello to. Thank you for being here.
But I need to bow down to stream elements.
That's right. Our AI overlords.
Phantom Boomer, I'm sick in bed with COVID. It sucks mightily. I'm so sorry to hear that, Phantom Boomer. My prayers
that's
are with you,
awful.
sir. It is. No, I don't
Yeah,
want to hear
dude.
that about anybody. Hello, Maria with T and Telly. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well, and welcome to the channel. Hey,
Hey,
guys, popped in to
Maria.
say hello. Yeah, it's good to see her. Beautiful.
Yeah, Maria is amazing. If you haven't checked out her channel, please do. And I'll see if I can drop a link in the chat. Not.
Thank you,
Give me a
Nemesis.
second.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Jim says hi, Cam's crash courses. LDG's waving. Hello, LDG. Good to see you there, buddy. And Jim says hi, Gorilla and Eden. And LDG says evening, everyone. Calling a night and relaxing while lurking. Happy New Year's. Same to you, LDG. Same to you. I'm actually going to. I haven't done it yet, but I'm actually going to have a few drinks tonight. I wanted to stay somewhat coherent while I say hello to everybody in the beginning. Jim says, hey, LDG. And LDG says, evening, Jim. And LDG says, evening, Phantom Boomer, Maria with T and Telly, Gap, and Cam. Phantom Boomer says, LDG, howdy. Oops, don't want to show that. Stream elements. Taylor Swift, Anna is shadow banned on YouTube. That means people sometimes don't get notifications and her videos are never promoted. You know, that kind of makes sense because I'm subbed to her channel and I'm pretty sure I have notifications turned on, but I rarely ever get a notification. So I was kind of wondering about that. And Maria says, hey there, sweet LDG. And Vanna Boomer says, Matt G, Maria, Basil. And LDG says, at Maria with T and Telly, and he's smiling. And Taylor Swift says, Anna didn't generally curse on her videos, but on her live streams with her Comicscape friends, she's way, way, way more vulgar than Doomcock would ever dream of being. Okay, on her live streams, their comics babe. Okay, gotcha. So I'm guessing she's got at least two channels. So she's got her regular Star Wars girl, and then she's got one for her art. I guess from what I'm gathering from what you guys are saying. Gap says, "Hey LDG," and Cam says, "Thanks again to everyone who came to the Cardinals and giveaway on Anhydrous Jill. Appreciate you all." Yeah, that was very kind of you guys to help out Avib with that. Taylor Swift says, and I love those streams, to be clear, LOL. Hello, Lemon Pie. Lemon Pie says, yo, can't stick around, just saying, hey, fellers. Well,
Hey,
hello,
Batman.
and Happy New Year, Lemon Pie, if I don't see you soon. And Maria says, live long and prosper. And Lemon Pie said, there we are. There's a link to Maria's channel. Thank you, Lemon Pie. I appreciate that.
Oh, Lemon, you beat me to the punch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not. He's the fastest lemon in the West.
There you go. And Taylor Swift says, Anna busts on her good friend Sissel by calling him the F word that rhymes with maggot. LOL. Not as a slur, just to bust balls. It's funny, although probably inadvisable. I can't imagine Jill saying that. No, and that might be something that's triggering YouTube because that is definitely a big red flag word. And if you're doing it, I mean, even if you're doing it jokingly to a friend, I don't think YouTube's going to tell the difference when it's an AI.
Yeah, a bot won't tell the
LOL.
difference.
Right.
Yeah.
Gap After Dark says, hey, Lemon. And Maria says, hey there, Phantom Boomer Explorers. Thank you. And there's that link, Nemesis of Eden. I appreciate that. Lemon Pie says, Happy New Year, Pop, Nemesis, Gorilla, and everyone in the chat. All right, we're actually officially caught up on the chat. For now, that is. But I will.
Holy moly.
I'll do that, and then I promise everyone in the next week is I'm going to try to put a half-assed video together, trying to appease YouTube. I'll try to figure out, how, behind the scenes. Basically, what I need to get across to them, like with Lost in Space and with Gilligan's Island, I'm not just replaying the videos, the episodes. I'm not just like saying, okay, here's episode whatever and pushing play and we're all watching it together. That's not how it works. I usually go by slides and I usually try to bring in some of the background production information that is not included in the episodes, because obviously when you watch the episodes, they just play out like a script. But we will stop and we will actually examine certain scenes, point out flaws, point out good things, point out bad things, talk about some of the cast behind the scenes, interviews, how things were done, and stuff like that. And I'm hoping that that is enough to satisfy YouTube that it's not reused content. So when I put this video together, hopefully next week, soon, I'm going to focus on that. I'm going to show, like, here's me doing a review of an episode of Gilligan's Island. But you'll see here that when I do this review of Gilligan's Island, I'm going to be mentioning behind the scenes about the actors and how they got the parts. I read from the book, the Sherwood Schwartz book on how he put the series together. And it's the same when I do Lost in Space. I'm going to try to show behind the scenes that when we put the slides together and when we're discussing them, we're not just replaying the episode, but we're talking about behind the scenes, interviews with the cast, production notes, and things like that. And of course, they're not worried about them saying, well, it is copyright. You're stealing from a book. But I don't know if they're going to go that far.
If you're really worried about plagiarism in that regard, you can simply just mention the book in the outro slide.
Well, here's what I'm thinking is, for example, like let's say we're doing Gilligan's Island, like the last stream, and there was a scene where the castaways got on a raft and they were out in the lagoon. And I was pointing out, and it's not even in the books, but I was pointing out that Gilligan was using a pole to push the raft around where he'd stick the pole in the water. And I was mentioning that you could tell by how far that he would push the pole down in the water. You could tell by how deep the lagoon actually was, the prop. And that you could see that it was only like actually 4 or 5 feet deep. And I was talking about how they've had some episodes where there's big boats in the lagoon, where they even had a submarine. So that's all fantasy because the actual lagoon's only like 4 or 5 feet deep because it's a man-made lagoon in a parking lot on the CBS studio backlot. So like something like that is not in the books. That's just something that I noticed and I want to share with the stream. And I can't see them striking me on a copyright for that.
Oh, definitely not. That's your own added commentary and thoughts on the thing. That's critique. That's what you're doing. So that's completely valid.
Right.
Blah, blah,
And so what I'll do is I'll go back over, like, for example, like that specific stream, which was, I don't know, last week or the week before. And I'll cut that certain segment out and I'll add that to the video. Instead of having to explain in that, because remember, this whole video in its entirety that I submit to them has to be less than 5 minutes. So when I submit the video to them, I'm not going to say, here's me doing this. I'll just show that clip, for example, where it's me explaining that scene. And then I'll cut to another one from another stream where here's me explaining how they did the prop where, like Gilligan fell out of the tree and you can see the wires, that kind of thing. And then I'll do the same with Lost in Space. I'll show a clip of some of my streams of Lost. A lot of this, what I'm saying basically is I shouldn't have to tape any new original content with me explaining, saying, here's how I do this, here's how I do that. I think what I need to do is go get clips of some of my previous content, highlighting me pointing out factual errors, behind the scenes things, interviews with the cast and stuff like that. Now, like,
that's great.
I think if I do it
sorry, we just
Sorry, go ahead.
Stormy Weather popped in and says Happy New Year. So just hello, Stormy Weather. Thanks for being here. Happy New Year.
Hail Stormy Weather, and thank you for commenting on my horror stream on Stormy Weather. I believe it was Stormy Weather to put a comment about Peter Cushing being a good actor, and I was like, absolutely, I'm a huge fan, and I'm excited, everybody. If I haven't mentioned it, Tuesday night we're going to be doing Terror of Frankenstein, another Hammer movie. And everybody's invited. It's going to be, if you check out the community tab on my channel, you'll find a link to see the movie for free. And I highly recommend it. Hammer Horror is, I said it, you're going to hear me say it 100 times, but Hammer Horror is the meat and potatoes of horror, and it puts a lot of this modern stuff to shame. But yeah, and like with Lost in Space, for example, I'll go in and get some clips of when I'm covering some episodes of that. And the way I look at it is, for example, like if I'm showing a clip of Lost in Space, and within that clip, I say, in an interview with Jonathan Harris, he said that his character did this and this and that. I shouldn't have to mention my source in that video for YouTube because that's not enough to get me a copyright strike. I mean, if he did an interview, they're not going to know where I pulled that information from. But even then, I mean, if they want to split a hair down the middle, all they have to do is check the beginning of my streams, and I always do give credit. I say, by the way, at the, the beginning of the stream, I say I'm going to be reading from the book, Lost in Space, blah blah blah, by this author. So I do always give credit where credit's due. It's just that I don't do that consistently and constantly throughout the stream. I figure there's no need to.
DJ Play Nice says the chat shows a pinned StreamYard. Thank you, DJ Play Nice. And he says, guys, just please do not get those things from street dealers. DMT is going to have fentanyl in it almost 100% of the time now. Yeah, definitely trust your source if you're going to be getting anything like that.
Yeah, especially with the here in the U.S. with the open borders, don't trust anything. Absolutely, unless you know where it's coming from. Stormy Weather, Happy New Year. Good to see you. Yes, Stormy Weather. DJ Play Nice. Hello, DJ. The chat shows, a pinned to StreamYard. Good. That's there because if you're in the chat, hopefully that link works. You're welcome on the panel. It's an open panel tonight, open topic for us to celebrate, have a good time, talk about anything we want to. So that's great news. I'm glad it's working. DJ Play Nice, guys, just please do not get those things from right. Exactly. DMT is going to have fentanyl in almost 100% of the time now. Right. Like DMT, I want to try it, but I wouldn't. I don't know anybody that I trust enough that I would buy it from. Unless it was legal and I could buy it over the counter, which isn't going to happen. I wish I could get my stupid doctor to prescribe it, but that'll never happen. DJ Play Nice says, from earlier in the chat, yes, thank you, DJ. And DJ says, thanks for hosting. Oh, it is my pleasure. I love when I have these because you guys are fantastic. And everyone has such a range of opinions. It's never boring, and I always have a great time doing this.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and thank you for everyone to being here. And it's always wonderful, Pop. Thank you for hosting. You're always a joy.
Oh, I'm glad to do it, and I know there's a lot of other places you guys could be, and the fact that you chose here with us, that really means a lot to me. So thank you, guys. I'll try to keep this somewhat entertaining if I can, the best I can. I'll keep this moving at a pretty good pace. One of the topics I did want to cover tonight is the upcoming movies in 2024. There's a list of movies. By the way, I'm sure you guys are aware that 2023 was one of the worst years for Hollywood in decades. They lost a lot of money this past year. Other than like Oppenheimer and Barbie, there's been very few
Godzilla movies. -1.
Right, Godzilla. I mean, you can count on one hand how many movies were successful this year. Barbie, Oppenheimer, Godzilla -1, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, and that's 4 that I could think of. And I'm hard-pressed to find any more. Everything else it just tanked, even in the Mission Impossible. And of course, and what makes me happy is one of the biggest losers of the year was Disney. Deservedly so. They deserve what they get. You get woke, go broke, which I know they know that, they realize that, and they know that's what's happening, but they still keep dumping good money after bad. But oh well, that's the shareholders and their issues.
Sunk cost fallacy.
Right. So in between the studios losing money and that writers and actors strike that we just had, 2024 there's not that many movies coming out. Like just superhero movies alone, I think there's only one, maybe two. I know Deadpool's coming out, Kraven the Hunter.
I think there's another Super Mario's coming out, or another Sonic one.
There is both. Well, no, Sonic. I don't know about a Super Mario Brothers, but I know there is a Sonic coming out.
But that's another one this year.
See, and that, I would like to point out that that's one time that the studio listened to the commentary from the fans and delayed the movie and redid a bunch of editing on the Sonic character design itself, and it paid off in the end.
Yes, it was a smart move. And I remember too when they did that, when they said, "Okay, everybody, we listened to what you said. We're going to go back. We're going to delay the movie, and we're going to redo the character." When they did that, all the other studios made fun of them and insulted them. You should never listen to the fans. That is so stupid. You're crawling back to the fans and blah blah blah. Oh yeah. Well, because of that, the movie was successful. And those movies that don't listen to the fans are the ones that end up tanking. So that goes to show you those people in Hollywood are living in a little bubble, and they're so far out of touch from the actual movie going audience that it's crazy. Like Rotten Tomatoes, that needs to be completely either shut down or cleared out. And like with Disney, everybody fired, and they need to stop hiring these activists because that's the problem. Is all the critics in Hollywood and a lot of the people making movies now are just nothing but activists, and unfortunately, they're all on one political side. And that's why everything stinks, and that's why you can't trust the reviews on Rotten Tomatoes or in many of the print rags anymore or the online rags. They're all rags now, at least in my opinion, that is. I like the rumbles of the lab, says Gap. Well, thank you. So do I. Thank you, Gap. I had some lists here, which I'm going to pull up here and share with everybody so we can cover this. And by the way, like I said, we're going to talk about the movies coming up in 2024. And I know some of these you may not, most of you may not be aware of them. Some of them, you are aware of them, but I'll go down the list and then we'll ask everyone's opinion. And once again, if you're in the chat, you're welcome on the panel if you want to talk about these things with us. And also, if you're in the chat, you're welcome to give your opinion from the chat. So if I ask everybody about a certain movie and say, what do you think? Feel free to put your opinion in the chat as well. And I'll highlight those and read them out to everybody. So everyone's welcome in the conversation, essentially is what I'm saying. So without further ado, here we go. If I can do this right without screwing it up. This is something that I know a lot of people were not. Some people may have seen this. I know Midnight Age covered this the other night. It was during Jill's Cardinal Sin stream. So I know a lot of people were busy and they weren't able to see it. But I figured now's the time. Maybe we can kind of cover these and get opinion on this. And I know Comic Book Crusader, I think is the name, might have covered these as well. But I figured, oh well, like I said, maybe some of you guys have not seen these yet. But here I have a list of these are some of the major releases that are due out this year for 2024. So some of these.
Hello, Elder Greg. Sorry, Pop.
Hey, Elder Greg. Good to see you. Oh, no, don't apologize.
Hey, Elder Greg.
Good to see you, Elder Greg. So, like I said, some of these titles, some of you guys may be aware of. Some of them you may not be. But if you don't, that's fine. If you don't know what it is, just say, I don't know. I don't care. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask your opinion, what you thought about, like a lot of these are sequels. So, you know, when I ask your opinion about it, feel free to tell me your history with that franchise, what you thought about the previous ones. If you think the new one will do any good, if it'll go anywhere. You know, like I said, I don't like echo chambers, so everyone's opinion is invited. Whether it's good or bad, I don't care. I like to hear everything because it's far more fascinating. But as you can see here, it starts off here with next week, January 5th, Night Swim. Is anybody aware of that title by chance?
Never heard of
No.
Okay. Well, you know what's interesting too? The reason why I asked this is because if you haven't heard of it, that means the studio, whatever studio that owns it, apparently isn't giving it much advertisement. They don't seem to have much confidence because if it's coming out on January 5th, you think you would have heard about it by now.
But I also don't go looking for the movie titles. I just hear about them through the community. I don't actively go seek out this stuff. Seek out
Right.
what's coming up.
Like just looking at these 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I can count. Yay. Looking at these 10 movies here, just out of like any of the ones here, I've only seen stuff for Godzilla X Kong being advertised and people talking about. I saw a pop-up for Kung Fu Panda 4, and I saw a trailer for Kingdom of the Planets of the Apes, and it, oh my God, Pop. We'll talk about that when we get there.
Yes, I have a lot to say about that one as well. Yes, yeah.
A lot of people are anticipating the Dune there. That Kung Fu Panda. That's just for the kids that actually watch the other three. I'm guessing.
Yeah, but how long since the last Kung Fu Panda? Hasn't it been at least 10 years?
No, there's 3 of them now. So obviously, because there's the 4th one here. The first one was quite a while ago, though. That's the only one I've seen.
I'm looking it up right now.
Attaboy.
I think I'm not sure, but I think the last one was straight to video. So I don't know why this one they decided to move
Oh,
it to
that was 2016 was Kung Fu Panda 3.
6 years. So going on 7. So that since this is coming out in 24, I mean 7 years since the last one.
It'd be 8.
8 years.
Because that one was January 29th of 2016.
Well, you figure a lot of the kids that watch that they're definitely grown out of that because they're probably like teenagers or semi-young adults.
Yeah,
now.
but you got kids like mine that when they like the first movie, they want to see all the sequels right after another. So,
well, you're a good example, Gorilla. Have your kids seen all 3 of the Kung Fu Panda movies?
Owen might have. Hadley, she won't watch that. I tried.
Well, she's too young anyway right now, isn't she?
3.
Yeah, she's not really up there yet. I'm guessing it's more for kids around 8 or 9 on up, probably between that and 12. I don't know. I could
Not
be wrong. That's just
necessarily.
guessing.
6 or 7.
It's like
6 or 7.
Like, dude, one of my favorite series that I regret not being able to see the first one in theaters is How to Train Your Dragon. Like, I loved the first, second, and third movie. It was great. Fantastic series. And once again, I was an adult when those came out, but I still went to go see them because I loved the character, the stories, the animation. It was all really well done.
God.
So, dude, I recommend, I really do, Pop. It's really cute.
Hey, Daniel.
Well, How to Train Your Dragon, is that like an ongoing franchise? Is there another one that's going to be coming out?
Not really. It's more of like they did the first 3 movies and now it's like TV shows and whatnot. So, hey, Daniel.
Hey, Daniel. And Happy New Year, Daniel.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Good to see you. And,
So what you looking
at? Sorry, what's that?
So what you looking at? Oh, are these movies about to come out? Okay.
Yes, we're looking at the 2024 lineup. Now, I have another list here that I'll be going over that's more in detail that has more movies. But these are the top, you could say, tent pole earners, as they call them, the ones they expect to make a lot. So we'll do this, and then I'll have a second list which goes more into detail, has more titles on it. But the first one is Night Swim. And for any of you familiar, it's a Blumhouse release. I don't know if that's good or bad. For me, I think it's bad. I'm not a fan of Blumhouse. They're the ones that make all those little budget horror movies for like $8 million or less. And they're usually geared towards little girls. And this one here is, let me see if I can do this without screwing it up. Bear with me, guys, here. I'm going to see if I can show. The thing is, I want to see if I can show what the movie poster looks like. And the intro without showing the trailer, because if I show the trailer, obviously they're going to flag me and I'll get in trouble. I don't want that to happen. So this is what the poster and the info looks like for Night Swim. So I guess some genius figured out it's going to be a really scary movie if it's about a little girl who swims in a pool and the pool's haunted. So if you guys are wondering why you've never heard of it, that's probably why. But considering
of it.
You did say, so somebody saw a commercial. So from what you saw, Daniel, what do you think? Good, bad, what?
I don't know, generic, really.
Well, that's Blumhouse right there in a nutshell. But I figure if this is a Blumhouse movie, they definitely did not spend $10 million for it. I'm sure it's far less than that. So the problem with Blumhouse movies is they always make money no matter what because they're so cheap in the first place. And for some reason, like I said, the little girls just flock to them. So no matter how bad this movie is, it's going to make money, unfortunately. But that's it. That's the originality. And that's, I don't know, maybe that might excite some of you guys about a haunted swimming pool. I don't know. For me, it's cringe because it's such an old plot, an old trope. And it reminds me of another ripoff of another much better, far better Twilight Zone episode. In fact, to be exact, the very last Twilight Zone episode, if anybody saw that. It was about a boy and a girl that had a swimming pool and they could dive into it and they would end up in another dimension.
Oh, I remember that one.
Oh, right, like a parallel universe?
I don't know if it was a mirror universe, but I think it was more like another dimension. I don't know if they had mirror universes in the Twilight Zone. I think they
No, I
may
mean,
have.
like a parallel universe.
I'm trying to remember. Do you remember Gorilla? That Twilight Zone episode had a mirror universe.
Well, the episode they jump in the pool and they come out into the parents were rich and all that. Dad had a lot of money. They didn't spend a lot of time with the kids, and then they go in the pool and they go to this poor farmer's house, and the lady spends all kinds of time with them, and the kids don't want to go home.
Right. They prefer an actual loving home over the rich home where the parents are jerks and don't care.
Yeah, that's a black and white one.
Yes, and it's voiced. If I remember right, it has Angela Cartwright who played Penny as the little girl, but they dubbed over her voice because if you watch that episode of Twilight Zone, it sounds awkward because they dubbed over her voice with June Foray, the lady who did the voice of Rocky the Squirrel from Rocky Bullwinkle. So if you watch that episode of Twilight Zone, you're going to hear Rocky's voice.
Weird. See, and I remember there was Are You Afraid of the Dark growing up, and there was one where there was like a desiccated skeletal corpse that would like pull kids under the pool and like drown them.
Oh, I remember that episode. I loved Are You Afraid of the Dark? That was a great show growing up.
Oh, dude, it was incredible. That intro was like, it scared the piss out of me every time.
That's the one that Nickelodeon made its money on. The show.
Yes.
What did you guys think about Goosebumps?
Which
I didn't mind it.
The movie or the show?
I'm guessing the show because I think they only made one movie, I think, with Jack Black, maybe.
There was a 2018 movie. It was okay, but the show was fantastic.
Okay, I know the books were popular. Same with wait a minute, Afraid of the Dark. I don't know if that was that books too, or was it just a TV show?
No,
Just
that was
TV show.
Canadian horror at its best growing up, and
So was
the
it Canadian?
Goosebumps.
Was it Canadian?
I think so. I'm pretty sure it was.
I'm disowning it now.
Oh, I'm sorry that I've ruined it forever for you, Gorilla. I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
I know. No, but the Goosebumps one was really good too. I just found it a bit more campy than Are You Afraid of the Dark? Are You Afraid of the Dark was like serious horror to like scare the crap out of your kids. And Goosebumps always had the twist ending. What a twist.
The tweet?
Right? Like I remember the very first Are You Afraid of the Dark episode I saw was there was a cursed movie reel pop, and it was a vampire that would come out of the movie and feed on people in the theaters and then go back into the movie. And the kid gets sucked into the movie and he has to defeat the vampire in there. And it's fantastic. And it's all in black and white because it goes from color to black and white when he jumps into the movie, and it's like Nosferatu.
Ooh, I like that.
Well, my first Are You Afraid of the Dark experience I remember was when they did their own version of it's the Phantom of the Auditorium.
Okay.
Their version of Phantom of the Opera.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, totally. No, it's a great series. If you guys haven't seen it, like it's at some point I'd like to do a Nemesis recommends videos, and it's going to be out there. I definitely recommend the 90s Are You Afraid of the Dark? Fantastic series.
Well, if you want to review a couple episodes, Nemesis, I can host and we can simulcast to your channel.
Oh, dude, I'd totally love to do that. I am working like 5 or 6 days a week, but if we can find a time, I'm always down for that.
What was that episode called? The one remember Laura Vandervoort? She was in an episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? She's really good in that episode. Like, I don't know if you know who she is. She was Supergirl. She was Supergirl in Smallville.
So Laura what?
Laura Vandervoort.
Vandervoort. I'm not good with names, so I have to look it up.
Yeah, I'm like, if I saw her face, I'd probably be like, "Oh yeah, her." But like, no, I'm sorry, Daniel.
Was she a main character? Or?
I don't know. Her name is spelled Vandee.
Yeah, I got it.
VOORT.
Yeah, I got it now. I got her here, but I just got it. It might take me a little bit to find it here. So if you guys want to keep talking,
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah,
the
so
next-
Night Swim sounds terrible. Moving on to Argyle. Or if
Moving on
you
to
were going to say
Argyle.
something, Pop, I'm sorry.
No, that's what I was going to talk about. Okay, so the next two. Oh, I guess I should say, how are we doing on the chats? I don't want to. I'm going to go in. I'm going to cover the chats in between each movie because I don't want to get too far behind. So
idea.
Ola Greg says, "Hello everyone. I'm lurking tonight. Hello, Ola Greg." Gap says, "Hey Greg." Phantom Boomer Explorer says, "Greg," and Ola Greg says, "Hey Gap." Nemesis of Eden says, "Hey OG." Ola Greg says, "Hey old Phantom." Ola Greg says, "Hi Nemesis," and Ola Greg says, "Cheers." Oh, great turnout tonight. Basil says, "Hey Ola Greg," waving, and Jim says, "Hi Basil and Ola Greg." Hello, Cody
Hey, Jim.
Guy.
How
Good
you
to
doing,
see
buddy?
you. Yeah, good to see you, Cody Guy. Cody Guy's waving. Hope
Hey,
you're doing
Cody
well,
guy.
Cody. Jeff Abdog says, "Hey Daniel, Cody, and Jim." And Gap says, "Blount House," laughing, "Bloom House." Yeah, I no offense if you guys are fans. Anybody out there who's fans of Blumhouse, it's like that's totally fine. It's just that I prefer my horror a little more mature and not focused towards little girls because, in my opinion, that really narrows down their audience and the appeal towards other people because it's getting to where all the horror now is just made to appeal for little girls, and I don't understand why. There's still a
Wow.
big
I mean,
audience out
it's.
there for horror. Go ahead.
Oh, for sure. But it's a nice introductory for people. Right? Get them when they're kids. Get them hooked in. That's how you get them in the future.
Well, that I have no problem with. That's like when you guys were talking about Who's Afraid of the Dark and Goosebumps. That's why I liked it because it was introducing kids to horror.
Yeah.
But with Bloomhouse, it's like, somebody needs to walk in when they're going up with these ideas for movies. Someone needs to walk in there into the room and say, "Look, are you guys only going to focus on little girls indefinitely? Is that all it is about? Are you ever going to grow and show something else? Pick up The Thing." Think of Poltergeist. Think of something where you're trying to scare the whole family. I don't know. Are they always going to just focus on little girls? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, Daniel, I got your answer for you. Season 7, episode 5, The Tale of the Laser Maze. She was also in 3 episodes of Goosebumps.
Oh, cool.
Thank you, Gorilla.
Thanks.
All right.
Ola Greg says, "Hey Basil." Ola Greg is sharing a link there, and thank you, Ola Greg, for that. I appreciate it. Ola
Right?
Greg
Like
says,
that's. Oh, go ahead, Pop.
well, I was just going to say, Ola Greg says, "Join Basil and Ola Greg tomorrow afternoon for our stream with Cub." Go ahead, Nemesis.
I was just going to say that the thing about like Goosebumps with R.L. Stein and Are You Afraid of the Dark is that there was, like you said, there's a maturity to it. Yes, it's made for kids, but adults can appreciate it too.
Oh, yeah, I still watch
Like,
it. So.
Right?
I'm trying to get my
Like,
kid
I
to watch
haven't-
it too.
Oh, dude, really? You're troubled with? Tell me it's not the 3-year-old. Like, dude, that clown scene at the intro alone. Oh, okay,
The 9-year-old.
that's fine. Okay.
And he's already
Yeah.
seen some horror movies like Five Nights at Freddy's and Megan and stuff, and I think he's seen parts of it.
Okay. So once again, good introductories and good and scary enough stuff for a kid. So that's fantastic. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Like,
So is
I'm
life
just trying to think of like.
No need to apologize.
Yes, I think you're a fantastic dad, just from what I've heard.
Hey, Nemesis, rule number 6. Never apologize. It's a sign of weakness.
Ah, this is so true. It's a Canadian thing, though. It's to subvert our craziness.
I think apologizing is a sign of honesty. People who don't apologize when they make mistakes is a sign of arrogance. And I think you're humbling yourself when somebody apologizes. Now, if you have somebody who's apologizing every 3 minutes for everything they say, sure, that's overdoing it.
Yeah, that's the point.
I highly respect people who are self-aware and apologize when they make mistakes.
No, it's kind of an ongoing joke from NCIS because they had McGee doing that, apologizing. If he didn't answer the Gibbs right away, he'd be like, "Sorry, boss," and then he'd be like, "Rule number, hey, never apologize."
I don't know
It's
anybody
like-
here who watches NCIS.
It's been a long time since I've seen an NCIS episode. I remember
I've never seen
Jag.
it. I've never seen it. My mom used to watch Jag before she died 22 years ago.
Dude, that I watched Jag with my parents like 22 years ago. It was great.
You were probably just a kid then.
I was.
Well, great. Actually, the movie list for next year looks pretty good compared with this year. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. Yeah, there might be a few things on there.
That's a very good point.
Taylor Swift is waving. Okay. So our next movie is, as you can see on the list, is for February 12th, Argyle. Anybody heard of it?
Nope.
Nemesis?
I think I heard a rumor. I think I saw something of it. Yeah.
Once again, audience awareness is down in the tubes. Okay, which means no. Okay, so here it is. Here's Argyle, and when supposedly an introverted spy novelist is drawn into the activities of a sinister underground syndicate, and apparently it stars everyone's favorite Sophia Boutella and Henry Cavill.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I heard of that. Yeah, with Henry Cavill. Yeah.
I guess it's supposed to be like a romantic. It's like a remake. If anybody's heard of the old movie Romancing the Stone, it's supposed to be like a modern day romance, kind of, as you can see,
It's
action
sad.
thriller. What's that?
Interesting.
It's sad. Like, what's his name? Henry Cavill was reduced to this. He fell. He was Superman, and now he has no choice but to become this. You know.
This is what he gets for choosing. See, I know. Okay, I'm not going to blame Henry Cavill for playing Superman because he probably thought when he signed, even though he's partial to blame, he read the script for Man of Steel before he signed on. He could have said no because it was a shit script. But it's not his fault. It's mostly Zack Snyder's fault for what happened with DCEU. And Henry Cavill, if that Superman would have been written like Superman from the beginning, I think it would have boosted his career. But it was his fault for signing. It was Zack Snyder's fault for directing. It was a whole shit show from beginning to end. So, and I think it really hurt his career. I mean, it destroyed Zack Snyder's career. Now he's at what he do TV episodes on Netflix. But I honestly think Henry Cavill, it's a shame. He has a lot of potential. But I really think that him signing on as Superman damaged his career.
He'll make a comeback.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He may eventually recover. But he's going to need a really standout role to do it. I don't think this is it.
No, I would agree with that, Pop. And unfortunately, I really like Henry Cavill because he's a fucking nerd. Like he's amazing. He's a sweetheart. Like he wants to do a bunch of stuff.
He's a geek. He likes and respects his fans.
Right? So
he's got charisma. He's got leading man qualities. By the way, unfortunately, this movie also has Bryce Dallas Howard, and I cannot stand her. And if you guys are wondering who's that, that's that loud mouth lady, whatever. I'm trying to be nice. Person that cannot act, who's been in the Jurassic World movies.
Oh, her. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And the only reason why we're looking at her is because her dad is Ron Howard.
Yeah.
So we're not looking at
Ron
her
Howard.
Right. We're not looking at her because she's talented, or because she took acting lessons, or because they did screen tests. None of that. We're looking at her because her dad is Ron Howard. Period.
For a second, I thought you're talking about Rachel Ziegler.
So basically, she's just
Might as
famous.
well.
She's just famous because her dad is famous.
Because her dad. And look at over here. We have Mr. China himself, John Cena, Mr. Patriotism himself. What do you think? I mean, that's right there. That's gonna hurt the movie.
But it's got Samuel L. Jackson. That boosts the movie.
Right. Well, but his career, he's been doing a lot of that garbage Marvel stuff lately.
Wait, Catherine O'Hara's in there.
I love Catherine O'Hara. I give her credit for that, and she's very close to the top of these stars. I love Catherine O'Hara clear back from the SCTV days. But look, it has Bryan Cranston, and I admit he's somewhat still of a box office draw. Only thanks to Breaking Bad, obviously. Sam Rockwell's good. I like Sam Rockwell. He was good from Galaxy Quest, right?
Holy shit, Jason Fox is in this?
Jason Fuchs.
Oh, sorry.
Are you thinking of Jason Fuchs, or are you thinking of somebody else?
No, I was trying to be crass. It was Jason Fuchs.
I don't know. Do you know who that is? I don't know who that is.
Not a clue. I just saw the name and I was like, it's always been Fuchs in my name as a last name, not Fuchs. But
I'm sure he heard that a lot in school, and hopefully for his parents' sake, he's a good fighter.
maybe this is an all-star cast considering the movies that are out nowadays. This could be good.
It could be. I don't know if it's going to be a musical. That I didn't. It didn't say musical in the description.
God, I hope not. I'm not it's funny. I saw Triple R and I've never seen Indian cinema before and fuck, everything in that movie was a musical. It's a little hard to take. I don't do musicals very well.
I've been hearing everybody talking about how that's magnificent, and I've been trying to make it a point of seeing Triple R. Is it good?
It is good. It's really good. It's cheesy. It's over, dude. Some of the action scenes are just ridiculously over the top. Some of them are just fucking brutal. You're just like, holy shit. Yeah, some of the kills are awesome. But it's a love story. It's very much Bollywood. Still give it a shot though. It's long.
How were you exposed to it? Did you rent it or what?
Scogli and I watched it. We found it on the high seas.
Okay, then. Well, because we'll talk about it behind the scenes later, but let me know because I actually looked for it on the high seas and I don't know if I spelled it right. When I put RRR, it doesn't find anything.
What was it called?
Or maybe it was on Netflix. Is it just on Netflix? I think it might just be on Netflix.
Hey,
we're talking about RRR Gorilla. That's the name of the movie. And I haven't looked for it in probably about a year, so I'm sure if I check now, it might be on there.
The only musical that I was ever really interested in was Repo, the Genetic Opera, and that was really good.
Oh, which reminds me, and Gorilla was mentioning on his stream, he's never seen Rocky Horror Picture Show. How about you, Nemesis?
I've only ever seen maybe a scene or two. I've always meant to see it, so I feel like we should watch it one of these days.
We should. I'm going to cover it on my horror sci-fi stream. Absolutely. It's one of my favorite movies.
Sure. And speaking of the horror sci-fi stream, what do you think about making it a bit more concise? Narrowing it down to less chat, less talking about stuff, maybe on the brand, on the point, and keeping it under an hour or something.
Well, we could do that. Well, then you mean so less than the running time of the movie itself?
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking if we can keep it under an hour, we'll get more view times. Just scrolling to get into your channel, I just saw the Total Recall, and we only have 31 views on it, and it's only 3.5 hours. It's one of our shorter ones. So if we can narrow it down even more, we'll get more retention and more views on your.
I can do that. What I'll do is I'll skip
reviews.
through more of the. Yeah, I'll skip through more of the movie. Instead of how many seconds, I can skip through every so many few minutes.
Yeah, cover the salient points. And no offense to the chat. Please don't get offended, guys. We love you. We're nothing without you. But less talking to the chat. Maybe not have open panels all the time. Keep it concise. The more people, too many cooks in the kitchen type of thing,
Well, I know I'm trying to think. I know on the horror sci-fi stream, we don't tend to get a lot of people on the chat. I mean, every now and then we'll get maybe PvP or somebody, but it needs to be fairly tight. And I know when I do my Lost in Space and when in Gilligan's Island, those are only the hosts and the co-hosts. But I'm trying to think. The only ones that's really open panel, open chat are my Rumblings. And even then, we don't usually get a lot of people on. Tonight, we only have, 1, 2. I've got 3 guests and myself, 4 total. But running time, yes, we could definitely. It does not hurt. Well, to have an experiment of trying to get the running time down to less. So we'll skip through. Right. The thing is if I skip through, just to let everybody know, if I skip through, let's just say every 5 minutes of the movie, every 10 minutes of the movie, we're going to be jumping over entire scenes. So there might be a point where somebody says, "Oh, but you didn't show this scene or that scene." Or you missed a really good scene. That's going to happen then at that rate. That was the problem. Before I was focusing on the good scenes, trying to cover those.
Right, and we're still trying to find a happy medium here. If we can keep the commentary and points evenly spread about, no going off track, none of the nonsense that we've talked about, we can probably do it. We don't necessarily have to skip like 5 minutes ahead. We just need to stay on the ball and like not drift. Like, it's great when you have your behind the scenes stuff. Most people don't cover that, but we don't need to be like, well, I remember going to do it. And it's just like, no, there's a time and a place for that. That is not the review.
Right. And exactly. Whenever somebody says, well, this reminds me of, I'll say, well, bring it up during my Rumblings stream. That's when we'll have, these rumblings. That's the whole point. Is these are open topic for any kind of subject. So yeah, anytime somebody wants a story that they want to share, I'll tell them just make notes of it, make a note of it to yourself, and bring it up during my rumblings from the live stream. But that's it.
Right, and like Thank you. And we can even have 2 streams, right? Like, have one where we have the extended, like we're doing right now, the extended open talk panel where we can go maybe, well, we check out this scene. Well, what about this? Let's discuss this more in depth. Whereas like with the review, it's just, let's go through this, be salient and concise.
Yeah, right. I brought that up before where I talked about doing 2 streams on each movie. One where it's strictly just a shortened review of just the main points of the movie, with a closed panel, and it's actually without chat.
Yes.
And
yes,
then that
would be very nice.
Right, and then have an open panel of the same movie where everybody's invited to talk and bring in their input.
I think that would be a fantastic idea.
Well, all right. Well, let's talk about that definitely in the future here in the background, or whatever it's called. Yeah, but it's a good idea. And thank you for bringing that up, Nemesis. I appreciate it.
Hey, Pop.
And thank you for hearing me out.
Yes, Gorilla.
Private chat for your movie. RRR.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, dude.
Gorilla, do me a favor if you could send that to my Twitter, because the private chat will disappear after the stream's over.
Oh, now you're asking an awful lot out of me.
Well, you don't have to do it now. You don't have to do it now, but I do appreciate that. It's just
Gap is going to bed, you guys. So night Gap. Have a good sleep.
Night, guys. Sleepy. Have a good rest of the stream. Likewise, Gap, and have a happy New Year if I don't see you soon.
Yes, Happy New Year.
So our next movie up on the list is Madam Web. What do you guys think about that? What do you know about it? Tell me your opinions.
Sounds like a woman. Sounds like a female Spider-Man.
You guys know the characters. Daniel knows who she is.
Yeah, Madam Web was featured in Spider-Man, a lot of Spider-Man comic books, and also Spider-Man the animated series. I grew up watching the character, and the way they made Madam Web in this movie was just like, it's not Madam Web. Madam Web is supposed to be an old, decrepit lady stuck in a machine chair, right? And she can see the future and stuff like that. This one is a little bit different. It's a younger version. Of course, they have to make everything young and sexy nowadays for the guys. And she's this character just in the movie is going around helping people because there's like an evil Spider-Man trying to go around and kill all the Spider-Men and Spider-Women in the multiverse. So she has to help them.
Right. And to add to what Daniel said, is I'm not an expert with the character, but I've seen her too. What she does is she's an old, like he said, an old, really old, skinny old lady. And she can see like all these parallel universes and all this kind of stuff. And she works with Spider-Man. And sometimes she's a nemesis of Spider-Man. But the point is that from what I saw, and I did see the trailer of this movie, it has absolutely nothing to do with the comic book character of Madam Web. This straight up looks like a remake, believe it or not, of the Marvels. Because they showed everything that you heard Daniel and I just describe is nowhere to be seen in this movie. We don't have Madam Web. We don't have the lady. She has these thick goggles in the comic book. None of that. The old lady with the white hair, none of that. The lady with the costume wearing black and it shows her sitting in a chair in a web. None of that. What we get here is girl power. We get 3 girls. I don't know what they have to do with Madam Web what they have to do with Spider-Man. That's another big mistake is when they have the trailer, it does not make it clear on who Madam Web is, why Madam Web is, and what her connection to Spider-Man is. And I think that's going to be a big disservice to this movie. So, in my opinion, I think it's really going to tank. But what do you guys think?
I don't have enough knowledge on this. Like, do you, Daniel and Pop, do you guys think that they could have done a decent enough movie with Madam Web as an old lady stuck in a chair?
Well, the problem is that they already, if it's already been established, the character's changed. And people are already calling it the DCFU, so I think it's going to take just on that basis. People are tired of their characters from their comics being changed so dramatically for no reason.
Yes, and to answer your question, Nemesis, I think this would have had a good chance if they would have introduced her in a Spider-Man movie. The problem is, like with Venom, and with Morpheus, and coming up with Kraven, is they're not introducing them within the Spider-Man movies. They're introducing them separately, which is throwing the audiences off, and I think which is hurting the franchise. I think what they should do is introduce them within the Spider-Man movies so we can say, okay, we understand who she is. Then have a spin-off movie with her in it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they probably should have done that because I know they introduced Kraven, but everyone else, I don't think so.
But they're trying to do the MCU thing where they're going to introduce every one of them separately and then bring them all together for something.
Well, yeah, I agree, Daniel. That works when you have Captain America and Thor and titles like that, which most of us have heard of. But when it comes to the Spider-Man side villains, they're not quite as popular. I think that's why maybe it's hurting them because, like with Madam Web, when you're pulling a character that most people are like, what is that? Who is that? That's not pulling audiences in, I think, is the issue. But I could be wrong. That's just my opinion.
No, I think you're right, Pop, but I would agree with Daniel. Like, DC has trying to copy what Marvel established years ago, and it's failing. It's a failing thing. They need to have done that way back in the past. They need to do something else, like you're saying, to have introduced these people all in one movie or in a few movies versus,
Yeah.
Right.
And the only reason I got it right on who it was is I was just being a smart ass on the name, on the way the name there was.
Look at this cast. Do you see an old lady in there anywhere? I mean, isn't that a shit cast? I mean, literally a shit. And I'm talking about cornfield shit. Very runny, steamy, hot shit from diarrhea. That's what I see here when I look at the cast.
So why is Madam Web not the top billing?
Right, but not only that, but which one is Madam Web? Is it Julia?
Dakota.
Could it be Anya? Could it be Mary? Could it be? Oh, there it is. Dakota Johnson is Madam Web. No resemblance to the comic book character at all. This looks like a low-budget wannabe ripoff of Charlie's Angels, or, like I said, the Marvels. Look at that movie poster. So that's Madam Web there in the center with the dark hair. That's what us fans, if you're a fan, to me, in my opinion, that's like a slap in the face or a piss on your grave. I would say, oh, you like Madam Web? Well, this is what you're getting instead. This is not your dad's Madam Web. So I think this is totally disrespectful to fans, and it's like a total F you to fans. So, first of all, I don't think it's going to do well. And second of all, I hope it doesn't, because F you to Warner Brothers for making this movie.
Well, at least when they said it's not your father's Star Trek, at least they had something relatively decent for some of us, that we can enjoy it,
Right.
But, and it still had the bones of Star Trek. Only you don't like Captain Picard, and he should have been more of a diplomat, My favorite's Cisco, and Kirk's after that.
That's fine. I know Bird's favorite is Cisco, so that's acceptable.
I do like Cisco, and I do like Picard. But yeah, I agree with you on that one, Gorilla. Dude, once again, opinions are... It's important not to have an echo chamber, right? We don't...
Okay, so next movie up at that, March 1st, Dune 2.
All right. I'll be right back. I've heard enough chat on this one here. I haven't even seen the first one here. I'll be back in like a couple minutes here. I'm gonna step
All
away.
right.
All right, buddy.
And I am like
And
Gorilla. I've not seen the first one. I know this is going to sound childish, but when the first one came out, I thought I don't want to watch half a movie and then wait for a sequel that may never come out at all because at that time we didn't know if it was up in the air. So, and I said, well, if they make a second movie, I'll watch them both together. So I know that's kind of a cheat, but that's those I could say with Dune. What about you, Nemesis or Daniel?
I mean, go ahead, Daniel.
I don't really care for Dune.
That's
yeah,
fine.
and I've never seen the first one, never read the book, so pass.
So we're all in the same boat. Okay. And I have not read the book either. All I know is, honestly, I saw the first movie back in the 80s, directed by David Lynch. And the reason why I saw it is because I was a big fan of David Lynch from Eraserhead and some of his other movies, Elephant Man and all that. So, but that movie bored me to tears. I saw it at the theaters. It felt like the movie was 8 hours. I was bored. And for me, it was like a blur. I barely remember it because my brain just tuned out during most of the movie while I was sitting there at the theaters. So that was another reason. But then, after the fact, I heard about all the behind the scenes turmoil. David Lynch was not happy because the studio took it away from him and edited it without him, cut out a bunch of stuff, made a lot of it incomprehensible. So, it had a lot of drama going on behind the scenes, which could have affected it. And maybe this new Dune might be better. I don't know. But and no offense to younger generations, but I did not like the cast in the new one. I'm not a fan of Dave Bautista. I don't like Timothée Chalamet. I don't like, I can't remember the lady's name who's in it. I think she was the one that was in the, it's either Aquafina or the one from Avatar. I get those two confused because they get on my nerves. I can't remember. But I could pull it up here. We could take a look at it here. And also, like everybody in the chat, what is your opinion too? Remember, I want your opinion as well. And I can share it up here just like everyone else's. So let me see what I can find up here on Dune. I was actually surprised that the first one made enough money to warrant the sequel. So yeah, good for them, I suppose, right?
Oh, I knew it was gonna do well just based on the hype. Like people were super excited, and then as soon as the positive reviews came in, I knew it was gonna get a sequel.
Well, I'm glad for the director because he's a good director and he's made some really good movies. Dennis I don't want to butcher his name. Villeneuve or something like that. Okay. Dennis Villeneuve, I guess. There it is. There's the movie poster. And that's Dune 2. I don't want this little player to play the preview. I don't want to get a copyright strike. And here's our cast. Zendaya, yeah, that's the one. That's right. She's the one from Spider-Man. Oh no.
Oh, hey, that happened to you when I was showing you the Loon Lake movie the first time. There, yeah, that Blair movie that got hit. I remember that.
Yeah, right. Right. So
Did he release that though?
what's that?
Didn't that one get released though?
No.
Oh, I thought it did. Doing the one where we actually left the player moving.
I can go back and check. I don't remember. So, like, here's the cast. Okay, like I said. Okay, then I'm going to be honest. I don't like Timothée Chalamet because I'm tired of Hollywood giving us these feminist men with no testosterone, with no nuts, and feminized. So I'm really, really tired of that. So I cannot stand Timothée Chalamet. And he's in that horrible Willy Wonka movie that's out right now, where they make Willy Wonka. Well, I can't say too much about upsetting people, but let's just say he's not masculine. I'll try to put it really nice. So I don't like them portraying all men as feminine, where they're men / women / who knows. So that's another reason why he might be in real life. He might be a nice guy, great, but I'm just tired of the metrosexuals and Hollywood telling us that masculine men don't exist anymore, and making masculinity toxic. I'm tired of it. It's an old trope, and it needs to be killed. And
It's crap, people.
the majority of the cast, as we see, we have one feminine man who's headlining the movie, and then we have Florence, Rebecca, Zendaya, Leia, and then finally Austin. So the movie obviously focuses more on women than it does men, which is all typical Hollywood now. Look, we finally get two men with testosterone. Javier Bardem, who I do like, and Josh Brolin, who I also like. And look, we get Christopher Walken. I have a feeling he's not going to be in very big of a role. He's kind of older now. But I don't know. But that's the cast.
Maybe
I mean,
you think he's got the spike
him,
hidden up his ass?
I don't know.
Oh my god. What movie was that from? Was that Pulp Fiction?
Possibly. I can't remember. I like Tim Blake Nelson.
Dude, my favorite, I'll say it, and we should review it on our horror stream, was Sleepy Hollow. That was my introduction to Christopher Walken.
Now, he was the bad guy in that, right? I remember, I think he was dressed up with sharp teeth.
Yeah, he's the Headless Horseman.
That's it. I saw it once at the theaters, and then that was it. Go ahead.
I've seen it a bunch of times. It's a really nice homage, especially now that, once again, we're getting into Hammer horror, and I'm starting to see the homage, especially in Sleepy Hollow, to the blood, the angles, the shots.
Yeah, I do give Tim Burton credit for that. It's just that by the time he got to that and the Demon Barber of Fleet Street, or I can't remember the name, but I think I got tired of seeing Johnny Depp in everything. Maybe that may have been part of it. I may be guilty for that.
Oh, no, and I get that too.
Yeah.
And it was Sweeney Todd.
That's it. Thank you. And it just seemed like everything that Tim Burton was making had to be. But out of all that, I mean, one of my favorite movies is Ed Wood, which was that was fantastic, lightning in a bottle. So I'm not going to knock all of Tim Burton's movies. All right, and next here, do see here where we leave off at.
Kung Fu Panda is what's next.
Kung Fu Panda. So tell me what okay, I have to tell you, honestly, guys, I've not seen any of them. But does it star Jack Black, I think?
Yep.
And I heard that, unfortunately, Patton Oswalt may be in it. I don't know if that's for the good or for the bad. I'm not a fan. But what do you guys think?
Go on and take it or leave it on. Go ahead, Gorilla.
I was going to say, I think it's going to be average. Like, it might be a little late for it, but if if parents are showing the kids the first three, they might take them to go see the fourth one if they've gotten them into. But that's one of those that all depends if the kids like Kung Fu. If their kids like Kung Fu Panda, whether or not the parents are going to go take their money and spend them here. But we're also not taking it. I think also another thing we're not taking into account when we're looking at these is right
the
now
fact that we're not advertised to it.
Yeah, well, inflation right now, like a lot of people are struggling too, so they might not have the money to take the kids out to the movies. They might take their spouse out to the movie, but they might not take the time to take their kids to the movie. Just go, oh, wait till it comes out on Netflix or whatever.
That's a good point, and especially if they have multiple kids, because then you got to take everybody.
Yeah, 1 second, guys. I'll be back.
Go ahead for it, Daniel.
Yeah, no worries, Daniel.
Yeah,
and I mean, my if I may make a point, Gorilla, the one thing I can bring up is that we're not being advertised to as adults. Like, if we were watching the kids channel and the kids stuff, it would probably being just played over and over and over again, because that's how it works. That's how advertising to kids works. So, like, we're not seeing the advertisement for it, but I bet you it's been out there for a while.
It's possible. Gorilla, you would know. What is your... Okay, I'm trying to figure out a way to word this. Okay, Gorilla, are you subscribed to any online, like Disney Plus, any streaming platforms?
I'm not, but the kids' mothers are.
Okay, so do you know if your kids are aware of Kung Fu Panda 4? Or they said anything about it, like Owen or anybody?
I don't think Owen's a big Kung Fu Panda person. He's more of Sonic and Mario and Pokemon right now.
Okay, and I'm not sure. And I'm not sure. Yeah, when you get a chance, I know he's in bed now probably, but...
He's not here.
Okay.
I was gonna say, go wake him up.
Wake him up.
Ask
Tell
him
you
right
want
now.
answers. Tell you want answers now. But
It
I
builds
don't.
character.
Right. I'm not. It's true. I'm preparing for the military. I'm not sure if what studio is behind Kung Fu Panda as well, so I don't know what
I
streaming
think that's
service it's
Pixar.
on.
I think that's Pixar, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I don't think I
It's
thought it was.
DreamWorks.
Yeah, that's it.
It's
DreamWorks.
DreamWorks. It says right at the top.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Welcome back,
Hey,
Daniel.
Daniel.
Daniel, what do you think about Kung Fu Panda? Do you think it's going to do well?
I never saw the first one. I never saw any of them actually.
Really?
Did you know that Jack Black, he went to learn. He actually went to learn kung fu, and he became a black belt for some reason for this movie. I guess it's method acting or something.
Maybe they wrote a script that I don't know.
I mean,
it's probably method acting.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird, you know. It's. I guess he wanted to get into the role, you know.
I like Jack Black as a person. Like, I started off with Tenacious D, and then like Kung Fu Panda was kind of one of my first introductions to him. Actually, the Jackal was my first introduction to Jack Black. He gets his hand shot off, if anyone remembers that.
The Jackal?
My first?
Yeah, with God damn it, who wasn't it? Bruce Willis?
Is it an action comedy? What?
It's an action film. It's about an assassin having to kill another assassin.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, dude, I saw it on a flight down to Mexico. There was like the kids movie, and then and then the Jackal came on afterwards. My dad was just like, "No, I don't give a shit," and I'm like, "Okay, here we go." Woo! Watches some dude just get like, yeah, it was bad. It's crazy.
Fair enough.
Should not have seen it. It was hard R.
So then, well, then, okay, then I think Kung Fu Panda 4 may do well because there is the 3 previous movies. I don't think the kids will necessarily care who Jack Black is, or I don't think they're aware of who he is. But the fact that it's DreamWorks, I think that helps. If it had the Disney title, I think it would be tainted because these days people are staying away from Disney intentionally in droves. So I think that'll help it, the fact that it's not put out by Disney. I could be wrong, but that's just my estimation. Okay.
I could have sworn that Disney owned DreamWorks now, but anyway, I could be wrong. And we're moving on to Ghostbusters, which I don't give a shit about. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but
everybody has the same message for Disney. That was Elon's message when he went, "Hi, Bob." Well, right before he went, "Hi, Bob." Everybody knew exactly who he was talking to.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's like, yeah, and I'm happy. I'm glad Disney's finally getting what they deserve. And I hope people don't forgive them too easily. I'll put it that way. I think they need to really suffer for what they've done.
Well, the problem is BlackRock and Vanguard.
Oh, it is. But the whole point is Disney's thinking that they can indoctrinate children and physically change society and the way people think and brainwash. That's a despicable crime that should never be forgiven. And anybody and everybody involved that needs to be fired. And that's from the top all the way down to the bottom. Because that indoctrination and trying to teach kids socialism, Marxism, and communism. Oh, and I'm not even getting to the child grooming. And that's another thing, too, is they're heavily into the child grooming now. And I got a list of all the reasons why Disney needs to suffer and pay in torment. I'll put it that way. And I'm trying to put that as nice as I can without swearing.
Wow, you really don't like Disney, do you?
Not anymore, no. Loathe. I used to, before, honestly, previously it was like I could take it or leave it. But now, no. And now they've outright said that they were going to re-engineer society. And they're going to bring out the gay and then not so gay agenda. And all those terms I just said came from Disney. So, no. Yeah, no. I loathe them now more than anything on the face of this earth.
It's all part of the message.
It is. But they're pushing it harder than the other. Right. Anyway, so March 23rd, 29th, everybody. Okay, so next topic. Are you guys excited for the next Ghostbusters movie?
Is it the original cast or the women cast?
Well, they're going to have according to the trailers, we're going to get cameos from the original cast. Now, if you're asking How much are we going to see of the original cast? I don't know, but I would say
Oh.
don't expect a lot.
Okay, is it gonna be like that last one there where they had the cameos at the end, but they had the one guy's grandkids take over the Ghostbusters?
It's gonna be with the grandkids, yes.
Okay,
And I don't know where the cameos are going to be
Oh.
within the movie, but probably at the end
I'll
too.
go.
I don't know.
I'll go watch it then because I like the one with the grandkids taking over the family business pretty much.
Okay, and
I
so what
like-
do you? All right. Anything else, Gorilla?
I haven't heard anything about it, but I'm gonna go try to watch it. I'm gonna go. I might actually go out and see it, but I don't know yet. It just depends on how much money I have at the time.
I'm sorry, Gorilla. Have you seen Godzilla -1 in theaters yet?
I am poor.
And yet you say you want to go see Ghostbusters in theaters before Godzilla -1?
Well, first of all, I've seen the original Ghostbusters. I've only seen one Godzilla movie.
You don't have to see any other Godzilla movie. Go see this one. God damn it, it is so good.
Can I finish?
Yes, you may. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm a big Ghostbusters fan there, so and plus it's after Christmas now, so I'll have more money.
I have to ask you, what was the one Godzilla movie you saw, Gorilla?
It's that one there that Godzilla versus Kong.
Okay. No, that's fine.
The
So
one you didn't
Nemesis, right? I did not like, from what I hear, the new one that we're going to be covering here in a minute is going to be even worse, and I'll explain why when we get to it.
Hey, wait! I got a question then. I thought they
Yes.
couldn't have. I thought the part of the agreement with with that Tojo's they couldn't
Toho.
have two Godzilla movies out at the same time or in the same year.
Oh no, what it is well, first of all, Toho gets paid no matter what. But here's the thing: is the Godzilla -1 is made, produced, and distributed by Toho, and the Godzilla Kong franchise is put out and made by
Legendary.
Legendary. Thank you, the American company. So they still send a check to Toho, so Toho's not going to complain.
I just thought they couldn't have competing movies out in the same year.
They're not competing against each other because by April 12th, Godzilla -1 will not be at the theaters anymore.
No, and it'll still kick Legendary Pictures' ass, I think. Like, there's no way the Godzilla X Kong, the new whatever, is going to hold a candle to Godzilla -1. Like, you could take Godzilla out of the Godzilla -1 film, and it's still one of the best films I've ever seen, just for character drama and story writing alone. And then you fucking add Godzilla into it, and it's incredible. Like, It's one of the best, if not the best Godzilla films I've ever seen. You don't have to see any of the other ones to see this film.
And considering it's been at the theaters now for over a month and it's still doing well, is another testament to how good it is. And I don't know if the Godzilla versus Kong is going to do that successful, if it's going to have those kind of legs, as they say.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Too much of the same franchise in 1 year.
But back to, I'll finish this up quick. So Nemesis, do you think the new Ghostbusters is going to do well?
I could. If Gorilla talks positively about it, people hated the female Ghostbusters. I didn't hear anything too negative about the one with the grandkids. So this could be good. It really depends on the advertising. It depends on the reviews. Like, if the big people, Critical Drinker, Doomcock, people like that, think it's going to be good and worth your time, people will go and see it. And I don't have enough of an opinion on it. I am not a Ghostbusters fan. I've seen the 80s version. It's fine. It is what it is.
Can I add something to that, there, Nemesis? Now,
yes, go ahead.
The reason the grandkids one did so well is because the other actors are getting old there, so it's a passing of the torch kind of thing, and they did it well. They did it well for passing the torch.
And Daniel, what do you think about Ghostbusters?
Well, yeah, I have a friend who watched it, and he's a big fan of it. And I try to watch it myself, but I'm just not really into it.
So are you talking about just the last one, or are you talking about the original movies, or what?
I'm talking about the original movies. I don't know. Maybe I'll force myself
Okay.
to watch. I'll watch them someday, but I don't know. I'm just not really interested in it.
Well, if you have to force yourself, it's probably not your thing. So you think it'll do well?
Yeah.
Dan?
What?
Yeah, sure. I guess it could do well.
So what is your type of movie, Daniel? I don't think I've ever got to quiz you on this type of thing.
I like the superhero genre.
Okay.
Yeah, superhero and sci-fi. That's my favorite.
Interesting. All right.
Okay.
And
Now,
do you feel that there's superhero fatigue? Sorry, Pop.
no, don't apologize. Go for it.
That's right. Rule number 6, as Gorilla said. Do you feel, as a superhero fan, that you're feeling fatigued on everything that's coming out now?
No, absolutely not. For me, I love it, and I'm just afraid that superhero fatigue is kind of setting in for everybody, and I just don't want to. I don't want these movies to go down because people stop liking them.
Right, and I have an opinion about that. I don't like the term superhero fatigue because I don't think if the movies were done well, I don't think people would ever get tired of superhero. It's like horror fatigue. You're only going to get sick of it if you're getting bad movies. And that's the only reason why people are not seeing these movies is because we're getting bad movies. If we got a good Superman movie, a good Batman movie, and so on, everybody would be at the theaters and we'd be talking about it again like it was the Avengers Infinity War. So I think it's bad movie fatigue. I don't think it's superhero fatigue at all. That term is coming from the studios blaming the audience because we won't pay to go see their bad movies. They produce a bad movie one after the other, and then they blame the audience saying, oh, well, I guess the audience is just tired of this kind of movie. No, we won't go to see shit movies is what it is. So superhero fatigue is not a thing that really does exist. That's the thing that Hollywood is trying to drum into our head because they are unable to tell a good story. Do you think that's correct, Daniel?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
That's exactly why I don't have any faith in James Gunn and his new Superman.
Oh yeah, his Superman legacy is gonna bomb.
Right,
so hard.
We're going to get another feminine Superman and another message about the climate, or about women power, or about we need to do better, or some crap like that. I do not trust him.
Or what about this new report that said they want to make the new Supergirl is going to be like they're going to make her with punk rock edginess.
I know. Yeah, isn't that wonderful? Yeah. In other words,
hell totally yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, but that's totally opposite of the Supergirl character that we all know and love from the comic books. So in other words,
I know.
Another middle finger to the fans. So
it's a fan fiction.
Well, wait a minute. Fan fiction means that it's made by people who love the fan base and the story. When we get these movies that are made by people who hate the fan base and the story and all they want to do is push their message, that's not fan fiction. So I wanted to clarify on that.
All right. Well, I still live in hope that the punk rock Supergirl is going to do well.
Well, how about this? If they want a superhero movie about a punk rock whatever girl, don't use the Supergirl name. Call her something else. The fact that they know that their ideas stink, so they have to take a successful franchise and put that label on it and twist it and change it and force it into their mold, which is something that it's not supposed to be. You know that's wrong from the beginning. So if they got to take Supergirl, an established character, and twist her into something that she's not, then that's the mistake right there from the beginning. That means we're going to be getting is more of the message shoved down our throats.
Oh, probably. We do have a bunch of chats, by the way.
All right, let's get caught up on that. Thank you, Nemesis.
You're welcome.
Well, we are behind. I apologize, everybody. Sorry for us blabbering along. Basil Battle Dragon says that's the nature of society today. Everything that is normal is wrong. Democracy is right. Evil, selfish, greedy, etc. Religious beliefs are wrong if one dares express a belief in God. That's it, Basil, but I'm not going to let them change my mind. I mean, they can keep screaming. You get these pink-haired, blue-haired, far-left liberals screaming in our face, calling us crazy. Well, no, it's not going to work. I'm not going to suddenly change my mind and say, maybe it is me. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe I'm the one that has issues. No. Their message does not work, and it falls upon deaf ears when they try to point it in my direction. I'll put it that way. Basil Bag.
Well, turn your hearing aid up, bro.
Yeah, I need to crank up that hearing aid. Basil
Right.
Right. My hearing aid is in between my first and third finger on my hand. I'll put it that way. I'll turn it up.
Oh.
Basil Battle Dragon says ID. Id. Basil Battle Dragon says they are destroyed. If you dare disagree with liberals, you'll be considered to because criminal and subject to nearly endless investigations and false allegations. Oh yeah, of course, that's all they're about. Gaslighting, lying, cancel culture, cancel pigs. And hello, Captain Finity D. Avenger. Good to see you there, sir. I think that's a pencil or a pen. Not really sure.
Or just
Looks like a crayon.
Crayon. Infinity Vengeance is like getting chocolate fatigue. Oh no. Too much delicious chocolate. Please stop. Oh my God.
I mean, isn't that diabetes?
hey, I have gotten chocolate fatigue because I eat too much. Then I feel sick. Then I don't want chocolate anymore.
And I love chocolate. I think it would take an awful lot for me to get fatigue of it. I've got chocolate milk. I've been munching on Tootsie Rolls. I'm thinking about making a chocolate cake. So yeah, chocolate all the way for me. And I need to gain weight, so I've got a good excuse. I'll put it this way: my chocolate's prescribed by my doctor. Doctor said gain weight. I said okay, then that's my clue to eat junk food. Basil Battle Dragon says Basil Battle Dragon is a superhero. I'm trying to convince Steven Spielberg to make a movie all about the great Battle Dragon and his amazing sword Equitor, the wizard killer. Right, but unless you wrap that synopsis you just said up in a feminine, far left liberal message, Steven Spielberg is not going to listen because he's gone now. I mean, he used to be my favorite director, and now you can't pay me to see any of his crap because he's exposed himself as one of those idiots and far left activists. Jim says, "Oh my.
It's oh my."
And
yeah, the George Takei.
Or lingerie fatigue, please, my darling girlfriend. Please dial it back with the sexy lingerie. I have lingerie fatigue. Yeah, right. Right, yeah. Put your clothes on. We don't want to see that. Jim's landscape is laughing. And Basil said, haha, chocolate is the essence of life. Yeah, I totally agree. When I was a teacher, I met one student, and the only kid in my entire life, the only person in my entire life I've ever met, who was allergic to chocolate. And I'll never forget, I felt so sorry for him. I remember telling him that, and I was like, I think I should. He said, I go, oh my God, I feel sorry for you. And I'm thinking I shouldn't have said that. That was probably like me making it worse. But I'd never heard of an allergy to chocolate before. But oh well. Anyway, okay. So I'll wrap this up before we move to the next one. My a disclaimer: this may not be a popular opinion, but my opinion of the last Ghostbusters, I really disliked it. Did not like it at all. I thought the very, very, very small cameos at the end by the OG cast was just member berries thrown in to drag people into the theater. I did not like the fact that it was the grandkids taking over, because what that means now is if anybody has seen the original Ghostbusters, that movie had balls. It was a horror/comedy. So it was, remember in that first movie, Dan Aykroyd got a blowjob from a ghost. And there were scenes like the library at the beginning that were genuinely scary. So there were some scenes that were scary, but then we also had laughter thrown in. But now that what they've done is they replaced it with the grandkids, which means you're going to get Goonies instead of the Ghostbusters. So now that we have kids starring and headlining, that means they're not going to be in danger because theaters will not show kids in danger. That means nobody's going to get injured. No one's going to die. Yeah, we all know they're going to walk out without a single scratch. What's that, Gorilla?
The last one was quite a few years ago. They're probably getting close to 18, 19 now.
So only 2 years ago, and they're not that old. That's not an excuse. No, let me finish. My point is, if the movie would have had any respect for the fan base, then the cast should have been the children of the original cast, not the grandkids. That's my issue. So
but is that nepotism?
I'm not talking about the actors. I'm talking about the cast. I'm talking about the characters in the movie.
Oh, okay.
It's like Spengler and all them. It should have been their kids. Now think about this. I want you guys to remember that last movie. what they basically did was they showed small cameos of the OG cast. Then they made the OG cast kids look like assholes. So because the OG cast kids were assholes, it had to be the grandkids who carried the torch. That I did not like. It should have been the immediate kids of the main cast who would have been about in their 30s. They would have been about the age of the original cast in the original Ghostbusters. They would have been about in their 20s or 30s. They should have been headlining the movie. And sure, if they have grandkids to follow along with them, fine. But the fact is, what I'm saying is now, just this is what I'm saying is we're getting further and further away from the original Ghostbusters. Instead of a horror comedy, a horror with balls comedy, you're going to get now, isn't that funny? Now we're having a childish Goonies. And the only reason why, and we all know, I mean, let's admit the elephant in the room. The reason why they cast this damn movie like they did is because they're trying to ride the coattails of Stranger Things. And it's like Ghostbusters and Stranger Things are two different things. So, but instead we're going to get is a childish movie. And like I said, and you can prove me wrong. You think the kids are going to be in danger? You think somebody's going to die? Someone's going to get injured? No. They don't do that in Hollywood. You guys know it as well as I do. The kids are never going to be in danger. So it is so far, my point is, and that's because I am a fan of the original Ghostbusters, that this is so far away from of what Ghostbusters was, that they defanged it. It's like taking a Dracula movie and pulling out his fangs and saying, but look, I know he's not scary anymore, but now he's for kids. That's the problem. And that's why I loathed the last movie. And it really broke my heart that so many people liked it, because it's like, okay, you liked it. Now all we're going to get now is Saturday morning Ghostbusters now. That's what we're going to get now. We're going to get crappy, everything from the point of view of little kids. And I don't like that. And not only that, all we saw was girl power. Girl power once again. We saw girls who were the center of everything, who could solve everything, who were the geniuses, even though they were only 9 years old, who were smarter than Grandpa. It had all the red flags that I do not like in the modern Hollywood movies. And I'm going to bring that up again when we get to Planet of the Apes and Furiosa. I'm not even done with that topic, unfortunately, but I'm done with Ghostbusters, but I'm not done with the topic of girl power, girl boss, make men look stupid. I'm not done with that topic yet as we move on. All right, next movie up there for discussion, Godzilla versus Kong. What do you think, Gorilla? Tell me what you think.
I probably won't go see it in the theaters, but I might see it when I get it available.
You think it'll do well?
Yeah. Well, the last Godzilla. Here's the issue. It's only 4 months later than the previous Godzilla movie, so either it's going to ride high on the coattails of the other one, kind of like Star Trek 3.
Wait, you're talking about Godzilla? Wait, 4 months after Godzilla -1, or 4 months after the last Godzilla versus Kong?
No, Godzilla -1. It's riding the coattails of Godzilla -1.
All right, go ahead.
So it could either carry the wave like Star Trek 3 did with Star Trek 2, or people might be like, nah, or it could go the way of the Godzilla versus Kong. It's a toss-up.
Okay, what do you think, Nemesis?
Well, I certainly don't think it's going to be anything compared to the masterpiece that is Godzilla -1. But
No,
it all depends.
No, I'm saying compared to the other Godzilla versus Kong. Whatever.
When it comes to Legendary Pictures, I don't know. Like, it did well enough in theaters, but I think people are gonna. The first wave's gonna go and see it, and it's probably gonna be just like the other ones. They're gonna cut off when the monsters show up. It's not gonna be written well. I hope it does well. But to me personally, like, unless it's coming from Toho and it's done by Japan, it's not a real Godzilla film. Like, the American Legendary Pictures has never quite felt like Godzilla. And this is coming from a dude who, like, originally started with the 1998 Godzilla. Like,
no, that does make sense. Daniel, what do you think about Godzilla
I
versus
don't know.
Kong.
I mean, I like Godzilla. I started off with the old ones, Godzilla versus Monster Zero. I like that. Then it was
Nice.
Godzilla versus Mothra. After that was Godzilla versus King Kong, the '60s version. After that, I got a bunch
Nice.
of other ones like Godzilla versus Gigan and Godzilla versus Megalon. I like the old stuff, but then when I went further and I realized it wasn't the same continuity, I just kind of burnt out. I was like, oh, it's not the same thing? All right. Well, I kind of petered out after that.
Yeah, it's not a man in a suit.
I mean, they
See,
could
and
have
like
made the same continuity, like the same story, right? The same storyline, but no, they had to reboot it a bunch of times.
Of course.
so are you excited for the Legendary Pictures in that regard, Daniel? Because it is a continuing continuity.
Well, I haven't even watched the first one yet, so I'm not. No, I don't think so.
Actually, it's the first one before. Actually, remember there was 1 or 2 Godzillas, then there was a King Kong, then a Godzilla versus Kong. So this is like the fourth in the franchise, isn't it?
Yeah, it started with like Godzilla, and then there was Kong Skull Island, and then Godzilla King of the Monsters, and then Godzilla X Kong. Or I think that was
something like that. You're right. There was 2 Godzilla movies, and I think 1 King Kong, and then Godzilla versus Kong. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right. So this is like the 5th movie in the franchise.
Yeah, and whereas like, if I may interject, the Godzilla -1, it's 2 different feelings for the movies, right? Like it's what more Godzilla -1 is a natural disaster movie, basically.
But we need to distance ourselves from that. Unfortunately, believe me,
I know. I keep bringing it back. I'm sorry.
I know, but I'm talking about Godzilla. This one, the Legendary franchise. So, in my opinion, and once again, this may not be popular, and I hate to sound like an old stick in the mud, but Legendary. I remember when they were buying up the franchises, I was really excited, thinking they're going to do really well. But Legendary reminds me, for any of the old people out in the audience, they remind me of the old studio Canon. It was ran by Monahan, Golem, Yor, and Globus. And they made a lot of those little bit, like they made the 80s version of He-Man, The Masters of the Universe with Dolph Lundgren. And they made a lot of the Chuck Norris movies. But they were like B movies. They had a really good concept. And then you walk out of the movie, you're like, I wasn't as excited as I was when I walked in there. So with Legendary, like I was really, really excited about Pacific what is it with the giant robots fighting again? Pacific
Rim.
Thank you. Pacific Rim. I was really excited. I love giant robots fighting. And then it was a disappointment. At the end of the movie, I was like, huh? What? And it was like a chore to get through. And I was surprised they made a sequel. And then when the Godzilla movies came out by Legendary, I was disappointed about the first one because, as we all know, it's infamous because all we got was a few glimpses of Godzilla every now and then, and we focus mostly on human talking heads. And this won't be the last time I bring up the talking heads. Okay, and then we got to the sequels to the King. I'll wrap all these up real quick. Godzilla's and the King Kong movies. I didn't like them because they focused too much on talking heads. They focused too much on the human characters that we don't care about, and they were very poorly written. And I especially hated the little girl who's a secret, once again, secret to everything, who has it's so ridiculous and over the top. She has a mental link with King Kong, and she could talk to him. And I just can't believe I'm saying that because it's the same shit plot from the goddamn Jurassic World movies. I'm sorry for the cussing, but it just pisses me off that Hollywood is that it's just we're getting the same crap over and over and over. But it's the same thing. We got the little girl who's a genius, who's also telepathic, telekinetic, and every other magical power you can think of, who magically has power over whoever the monster is, because now the monster isn't a monster anymore. It's just a misunderstood child's play toy. And so I really did not like the last Godzilla or King Kong movies for that reason. And now to lay it on you guys, this is not my opinion, but for people who did like the previous Godzilla Kong movies, I've been watching them speak online. Now, remember, this is hypothetical because no one's seen it yet. But everyone's seen. I have not seen the trailers myself. I'm not going to because I have no interest in seeing this movie. But for those people who do like this franchise and who have seen the trailers, and like with Midnight's Edge, they know some behind the scenes of what's going on with the script. This new movie is going to focus more on the little girl who's magic and control everything I just said. It's going to focus less on the monsters once again, more on the little girl and the girl power, and men on how stupid they are. So it is for that reason I have no intention to see the movie. And the sooner this franchise burns into the ground, the happier I will be. I'll put it that way. Because it upsets me. I like Godzilla. I'm a big fan of King Kong. I don't like the way it's being treated by Legendary. Like I said, they're turning it into a woke fest garbage. As soon as the quicker they can kill off the trope with the little girl who's the secret to everything, the better. I'll put it that way. A lot of people liked the movie Logan. I hated it. Because the entire movie revolved around getting the little girl from point A to point B, and how she's the secret to everything. So I know I'm in the minority here, but I hated the movie for that reason. Remove the little girl from the plot and from the entire movie. Delete her, make a fan edit, and I'll like the movie much better. But now when I see a little 6-year-old girl hop out, kicking ass, slaughtering in a bunch of trained Marines in no time with no training whatsoever, and she's even better at fighting than Wolverine, it's like, no, red flags, no. So that's my opinion for Godzilla. Now, it may make money. It may do well. I think it's going to be mediocre. I think it might make enough, maybe enough to turn a profit for another sequel, but I hope not. Like I said, the quicker this franchise burns into the ground, the better, because I want to see King Kong done right, I want to see King Kong done like Godzilla -1, because that's King Kong. He's mean. He steps on people. He kills people. He's not your friend, and he's led around by the hand by a little girl who's the secret to everything. I'll put it that way. So without going on and on, that's my opinion of Godzilla versus Kong.
Just curious, Pops, with Kong, what are your thoughts on the Peter Jackson film?
Hated it.
Hated it? Okay.
Great special effects. Plot was ridiculous. Jack Black was bad casting. I didn't like Jack Black in that movie. And like I just said, it got to where King Kong, what did he turn out to be? A little plaything I can't remember the name of the female character. All I remember is Fay Ray, the name from the original movie. But the name of whoever the girl was, and he's slipping and sliding on the ice, and they're frolicking together. I wanted to scream at the screen when I saw that. So King Kong, it's like at the beginning of the movie, it was like kind of good at the beginning. It was like, yeah, that's the King Kong I remember when it showed him fighting the dinosaurs and stuff. But then he ends up where the woman has complete power over him. Now I know she did that in the original movie. Like I said, I'm a fan of King Kong, and I've seen all the King Kong movies. But sliding on the ice, frolicking on the ice, it just no. Sorry. And some of the CGI was fake and cartoonish. If you remember the scene where Jack Black was running from a bunch of dinosaurs and he was tumbling in and out of the dinosaurs. Do you remember what scene I'm talking about? That was so fake. But without going up too much. But yeah, it started out good, the Peter Jackson movie, and it ended up like crap. So, it had great special effects, but no, it's not King Kong. It's like going to see Godzilla -1. And then 3/4 of the way into the movie, they say, "Oh no, he's just got a thorn in his foot, and he's misunderstood. Let's pull the thorn out, and then we'll make him better. Now he's everybody's friend." I'll put it down. How would you have felt if Godzilla -1 did that? I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would have been very upset.
Exactly, and that's what they did with the Peter Jackson King Kong.
Okay.
Like he started out as like, yeah, that's good, and then he turned out like a wuss. I'll put it that way. Okay, so anybody? Okay, I guess that's done with the conversation for Godzilla versus Kong. Unless there's anybody wants to add.
Dude, I could keep talking about this forever, but let's move on.
Yes.
Let's get up a chat here real quick.
Thank you, Gorilla. I appreciate it.
He said, "Well, Spielberg won't do it. Maybe I can bribe the great pop culture curator to do it."
Believe me, if I won $1 billion tomorrow, that's the first thing I do is hire all of us to get together and write a good movie. First thing we start out by buying the Star Trek franchise away from Kurtzman.
He goes, haha, pop culture curator and Euler Greg pop culture production of The Great Battle Dragon and his awesome battle sword Ekator, the Wizard Slayer.
As long as it has boobs and gore, I'm in.
It sounds better than Aragon. Well, the thing with Aragon is after they did the first movie there, the guy who wrote the Aragon books said, "You're not touching any more of my books."
Because they messed it up so bad.
I don't blame him, right? So he must have had it somewhere in the contract where he could turn them down. That's a good thing.
Yeah. He said, "You're not touching any more of my books," because he didn't. He just sold. He basically gave him the rights to make the Aragon movie. I'm guessing he told him, "We'll see how the first movie does. Then I'll see if I'll give you the rights to the next 3 movies."
Now, myself, I did not see the Aragon, but isn't that the one that they say was just like a ripoff of Star Wars, or no?
No, that's the one with the dragon. All right. Apparently, it had nothing to do with the book at all. They just used the name. It's basically just the name.
Like Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? Same thing.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, I was very upset about that film. I don't want to talk about that.
So was a lot of people.
Yeah. Then Basil says, "Poor Godzilla. He is so misunderstood."
He really is.
Poor thing.
And Jim says hi to Nemesis, and Nemesis says hello to Jim.
Hello, Jim.
All right, we're all caught up.
Thank you. All right, so now we're on If on May 17th. Do any of you guys know what that is?
Nope.
If I had heard of this, maybe I would be interested, but I'm not. Ha ha ha.
Okay, so since the answer is, what is that? Let's pull it up here really quick. Because I hate to just judge these movies and say, I don't know what the hell it is. So I'll at least pull it up here. And then we can try to judge it from an outsider's point of view. Okay, so bear with me here, guys. I'm trying to get through these as quick as possible. And I apologize to everybody in the chat. There we are. And here's If. Now, good news and bad news is, okay, good news if you want to consider it good news. But it's another movie that centers around a young girl. What a shocker. Wow, they're making a movie that focuses around a young girl. Who would have known? A young girl who goes through a difficult experience and begins to see everyone's imaginary friends who have been left behind as their real-life friends have grown up. So the bad news is, for everybody, this is a Pixar/Disney movie. So this is going to be released with all the audiences turning away from Disney movies. And I think for that reason, I think this is going to bomb. I'm not telling you, in my opinion, whether it's a good movie or not, which I doubt, because obviously since it's made by Pixar, this is made by a bunch of far-left activists, and Pixar has not made a good movie in several years. But that's my opinion. What say you, Gorilla?
That's something I don't know. That there's nothing to base it on, because I don't think there's a regular franchise like there. I'm not going to bother seeing it. My kid might watch it, but I'm not going to watch it.
Your daughter, maybe. I don't know about your son. Sounds like it's focused on little girls again, like most things. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I'm not going to go. I don't think we're going to bother trying to watch it. It's just because my daughter only wants to watch Cocomelon or Frozen, but I'm trying to get her into other stuff. I've tried to get her into other stuff. But
what say you, Nemesis? What do you think? Maybe Nemesis may have stepped away from the mic.
I was just talking with my mic off. Sorry about that.
Oh, I hope your mic heard a good conversation.
No. Unfortunately not. I don't know how to feel about this, to be quite honest. I think it'll do fine. To be honest, I
think it'll bomb like Wish.
Do you?
So Nemesis, my question: do you think it's going to do better than the current Disney movies have been doing?
How can it not be?
They've been currently bombing. Even the last 2 Pixar movies have bombed. But you think this is going to be better?
Well, I mean, there's always hope that it's better, but I'm not going to go see it. I've never even heard of this movie. Looking from I know you say try not to judge a book by its cover, but if all I'm seeing is the word "if" on your branding, and that's the only thing I've heard, and the only picture I get to see is Ryan Reynolds next to a CGI teddy bear. I don't know.
Right, and three fuzzy something sticking out of a window.
Yeah, you said the first three words are a young girl, or in the description.
Oh yeah, a young girl.
Yeah, so that right there, if you don't have kids, that's already that's like a red flag right there. If you want to go see it, if you don't have kids.
Well, not only that though, but young girls. If I had a boy, I wouldn't be pushing him to go see it. That's what I'm saying. Is they're narrowing down their audiences to only a specific small portion of the population. Only a small portion of the population are little girls. And this movie, most Hollywood movies are focusing on that specific small portion of the population. And I think that's dumb. They're tuning all of us. We're the ones with the wallets. We're the ones that pay the money. We're the ones that buy the toys. And they wonder why toy sales are the dumpster right now. But here's another example. Look at the cast. Look at this. Ryan Reynolds, John Krasinski, Kate Lee, Steve. Wait. Oh, it's got Fleabag. Isn't that wonderful? It's got the popular Hollywood up-and-coming Fleabag who's destroyed every movie and project she's put her nasty stank on. So, in other words, nobody's hired for their voice talents anymore. They're not hired because, well, they've got a great voice and they sound like this person, or they've got a great voice and they can do lots of impersonations. No, they're hired by their names now. So the movie is trying to sell by these names here. So how many little girls know who Ryan Reynolds is, or John Krasinski, Steve Carell? I don't know. I think it's crap. Sorry, but that's my opinion. And I hope it bombs because, like I said, it's right along the line. We know it's going to be full of the message. It's going to be more child grooming and child indoctrination. And we know that it's going to, apparently it has Ryan Reynolds here from that we can see in the still playing a live action character, which means I can tell you right now the plot of this movie. This girl in the center is going to be super smart and she's going to be the secret to everything. And Ryan Reynolds is going to be the lovable, laughable buffoon and the idiot that everybody laughs at because we can't have toxic masculinity in a movie. So how much do I bet that described those two characters in this movie here? And then that's months before it even comes out. And that could be wrong, but we'll see when it comes out. That's my opinion. What do you think, Daniel?
I'm not going to see this movie. It looks bad.
Well, yeah, definitely. When they fired John Lasseter, they pretty much killed Pixar. They shot themselves in the foot when they did that. All right, so enough with if. So next on the chopping block is, let's talk about Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. Okay, let's start with you, Gorilla. What do you think? Are you? Whoa! I have to say, everybody out there, a spoiler alert: Gorilla has not seen any of the Mad Max movies.
I'll say, you put me on the spotlight there. We're watching them next month. We're watching them next month this Sunday.
Well, if not, then I'll cover them on my horror sci-fi stream. Yeah. Well, and if you're going to cover them, make sure you start with the first one. But I'm telling you, though, is you're going to have Germ on there talking about how bad it is from the very beginning. He's going to be talking shit about those movies during the movies, and he's going to ruin your experience. Please watch them away from him.
I think
and form your own opinion, please. I'm just asking you, watch them away from him and form your own opinion is all I ask. Because he talks shit about everything.
What? You're saying a guy named Germ is toxic? How bizarre.
I don't know. I don't get it. He's the one that tried to keep saying that Furiosa is a cartoon. And I got tired of trying to... I'm done. I'm done with that. I'm not going to get on there for people just to want to start fights. And that's not me. That's against my programming. So I just tune out. So Nemesis, what would you say about Furiosa? Are you aware of what it is?
Well, first and foremost, Gorilla, I am absolutely shocked that you have never seen any of the Mad Max films. But don't feel bad, because I haven't either. It's going to be a visual feast. Like, just seeing trailers and bits and pieces of the last Mad Max movies, it's going to be great in that regards. At least they're telling us right off the bat that it's like this. It's just part of the saga. This doesn't really have anything to do with Mad Max. Take it or leave it. I'm probably not going to go out and see it in theaters, although I'm probably not going to go see it. I think it'll do well enough of a spectacle, but it's probably going to be filled with, once again, just all the things that we're used to in Hollywood. Yeah, I think it'll be, visually outstanding. Story-wise, probably not so good, and I don't think it's going to do super fantastic in the theaters. But it's probably going to be doing better than the next film that's on the list.
Daniel, what do you think about Furiosa?
No, I'm not gonna watch it.
Have you seen the other Mad Max movies?
No.
Wow. So I'm not literally the only one on the panel who's seen the other Mad Max movies.
Right.
Sounds like it.
So I'll sum it up by saying this. The first 3 Mad Max movies, top tier, excellent, balls to the wall action, balls to the wall testosterone, kick ass with a strong male character and female characters. Now, the last Mad Max movie, they recast. It was a reboot. The main character of Mad Max, which is the name of the franchise, remember that, everybody, was sidelined for a female character. It was Charlize Theron, how it's pronounced. And Mad Max hardly had any lines. He was set into the background of that movie, replaced by a woman who was the star of the movie. So I'm not a fan of the last one. And now, which brings us to the current. And by the way, the last one was successful. It may have been better if it would have been, in my opinion, focused on Mad Max, because that is the franchise after all. But it's basically like Ray with Star Wars. They took everything that was Star Wars, threw it away, and they focused and pointed all the cameras at some girl who is the secret to everything. So that's what they did with the Mad Max franchise. I'll put it that way. All right. So let me share this with you guys. So in my opinion, I think it's going to tank. I think it's going to bomb. The first weekend, it might do well because of the Mad Max name. But I think once word spread about what they've done to the franchise, I think it's going to bomb. So here's the new one. So now we have Mad Max isn't even in it anymore. And now it's just it's not even Charlize Theron who played Furiosa in the last movie. Now we've got a young girl. She's young. And guess what she is? Can you guys guess? She's the secret to everything. And she's a powerful girl boss who kicks butt. There she is right there. And she's about, early 20s. So they just cast a new character out of nowhere. And look at this. They know the movie won't sell because they know audiences are going to be like, what's a Furiosa? So they tagged Mad Max's name into the name of the movie just to drag people into the theaters. Look at this. Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. Let's see now. Where's Mad Max in the credits here? Let's see here. Nope. No, I don't see a Max. No Max. Nope, no Mad Max. Nope. What do you know? What a surprise. There is no Mad Max in this movie. And they knew that. They knew that nobody's going to go see this because people are going to walk in saying, okay, where's Mad Max? And they're going to find out, no, it's not Mad Max. It's a secret. It's a girl who's a secret to everything. I'm going to try to skip through this just to show you how bad it is. Look at this. I kind of covered this on my other stream once here a couple weeks ago. Oh, and it's a reminder for everybody out there, this is not a damned cartoon. It's a live action movie. And if you, by looking at this, you think it's a cartoon, then you need to have your eyes checked. So there she is. There's our girl boss who's a secret to everything. She probably weighs 80 pounds, but guaranteed she's going to be able to kick every male's ass. Even if they're 6'7", she's going to just throw them around like rag dolls. I can guarantee you. So yeah, that's
it's nice to see, but it's kind of unrealistic.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know what world it is realistic, but oh well.
I know. I mean, it is unrealistic. When I'm saying kinda, I'm being sarcastic, but yeah, it's just.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's all we're getting, and that's not even the end of it. Okay, so next, is there anything anybody wants to add about Furiosa? Was that it? Okay, on to the next one.
Maybe I'll check it out for the girl fight scenes.
Okay.
Maybe
girl on girl fight scene, girl on boy. What? Or does it matter?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll probably check it out on a streaming site, but I'm not going to give it any money. I'm not going to go and see it in the theaters.
Yeah, like I said, of course they've got to put the name Mad Max Saga on there, even though Mad Max is nowhere in the goddamn story, so they can go fuck themselves, in my opinion. And it's too bad. I'm a big fan of the director George Miller, and and he's got a lot of class. He's made a lot of great movies, but no, when he takes a good franchise like this and then craps it out and turns it into this, forget it. Now, okay, and now I have to say the next one here for discussion is a franchise that is true to my heart. I saw the original Planet of the Apes in 1968, 69 when I was a kid. I was like 4 or 5. And I've been a big Planet of the Apes fan ever since. I've seen every one of their movies. Now, remember, everybody, this new Planet of the Apes is coming from Disney because Planet of the Apes is a 20th Century Fox franchise, which, as we know, Disney bought them out. So, before I give any more, what about you, Gorilla? Are you aware of Planet of the Apes?
I think I might have watched one movie like a long time ago, and I don't.
Okay, so you don't have much to say either way about this one?
Yeah, they're on the list to watch, but I'm not going out. I'm not going to jump on the theater bandwagon for that.
Okay, how about you, Nemesis?
I've never seen any of the Planet of the Apes movies. I've seen bits and pieces of like the remakes, and like this is not a not a series, but you know what I mean. This thing doesn't appeal to me. Whatever this is,
you're not a fan.
No, and I think this is it's gonna do well. Unfortunately, because the last one did really well, but. From all the one trailer that I saw that played before Godzilla -1, which goes through Godzilla -1, it was awful. It looks like it's about a monkey and a little girl, and she's the key to everything.
Thank you. I wasn't gonna say it, but I guess go ahead. You spoiled our surprise.
It's awful. Like, it's so blatantly bad, and it's once again, it's a little like, and we say little girl, we mean little girl, and it's just like, uh-oh. I don't know how I feel about this.
What the hell is a little girl doing in a Planet of the Apes movie is the question. Right? It's like, what the hell? I mean, my God.
Well, I mean, in the preview that I saw, they capture her. They're like running around in the field and capturing people, and I'm just like,
they did the same thing they did the same thing in the last movie. If any of you guys saw the last movie, it was the same exact thing. There was a little girl who they captured, who was a secret to everything. But guess what? They liked her. They hate all the other humans, but they liked her that she could communicate with them. Wasn't it sweet? Isn't that lovely? But yeah, and they're gonna double down on that. The worst part of the last movie, and they're gonna double down on that in this one, and have even more of it. So, Daniel, what do you say about Planet of the Apes?
Well, I love the original ones. Like, I loved.
Thank you. There's some sanity in the room. No offense, guys, but thank you.
Yeah, 1968, Planet of the Apes with Charlton Heston was great. And,
absolutely. So the first 5 movies.
Yeah. So they never explained, though. They left a lot unexplained. Like, why did he leave? Why did these people leave the Earth? And how long? Well, I think they explained how long they were in space for.
Okay, but, I could tell you. I even read the book. I'm such a big fan. I even read the book Planet of the Apes by Pierre Boulle. But I'll tell you, in the original movie. I'm not talking about the remakes. I'm talking about the original movie, Charlton Heston. It was simply exploration to another planet, and they got thrown out of warp, and they went through a time warp, and they came back. I don't want to give away the spoilers, but they did not go looking for apes. It was just simply they were going into space to explore another planet. As simple as that, and everything happened after that was pure circumstance. Does that make sense? And that's how the original book was and the original movies were. But they've changed that in the new movies.
I like the reference to Dr. Hessline, when like Charlton Heston talked about Dr. Hessline, which we saw in Escaping the Planet of the Apes. I like that. It was really good. And it kind of indicating that he knew who Dr. Hessline was. He had a relationship with him, right?
Right.
He knew him. And I just love that whole series, and I like Beneath the Planet of the Apes. Kind of showed that humanity actually survived, but they were underground and stuff.
What did you think about the Tim Burton version?
Oh, I love the Tim Burton movie. It was really good, and I wanted a sequel to it because it was really interesting, but we never got it. I heard
No, but at least we got to see Charlton Heston dressed up as an ape, right? That was the only thing that drew
that was him, wasn't it?
Yes, that was it. That was the only thing that drew people into the theaters with him, because when they were filming that movie, he said no, he wasn't going to be in it, and there was a big uproar, and all the fans complained. I was one of them, I remember, and we said, well, we're not going to go see the movie if Charlton Heston's not in it. He was still alive at the time. So they went back to Heston and they said, look, can you be in the movie? Everybody's saying they're not going to go see it unless you're in it. And he said, okay, I'll be in it, but I want to be in just a cameo. I'm not going to be a big role. And so, yeah, they got him to play an ape and put that makeup on, which is amazing. And that was the only draw for everybody. That was the only thing that got me into my butt into this theaters, was knowing that he was going to be in it. So, Daniel, okay, now that catches us up to the modern day Planet of the Apes movies. What's your opinion?
I haven't watched the modern ones, actually. You know, when I realized they weren't going to make a sequel to 2001 one with Mark Wahlberg, I'm like, no, I'm not watching any of it.
This isn't a sequel to that. That one, it stands out as not part of canon.
Yeah.
This is the current movies are more like remakes of the originals, almost, in a way.
Yeah, they're saying that the new movies take place in the same continuity as the original, but I don't know about that.
They don't. I can tell you, like I said, I know the original movies. I read the book. They're not. They're the original continuity. They're only saying that not to piss people off. They're actually remakes.
Yeah, I figured.
Right. But yeah, so but I've already said my opinion. This new one, I didn't like the. I thought the new ones were okay. They were okay in my book. They weren't anything to write home about. But the last one, I really, really hated because of the little girl who's secret to everything. And knowing now that they're going to double down on that, hell no, I'm not even going to watch this one. And knowing this from Disney, burn in hell, Disney, burn in hell, Fox, burn in hell to anything they have that's going to come out. And that's why I'm trying not to swear. So, anything anybody wants to add about Planet of the Apes?
Yeah. Remember in Escape from the Planet? Well, remember in Beneath the Planet of the Apes when that bomb destroyed the world?
Yes.
I mean, that's kind of unrealistic. I don't think one bomb can destroy an entire world. It's unrealistic. Unless you know something I don't.
Depends how big it is.
Well, think about it. No, here's what it is. I can answer that one. The original book was written in the early 60s. So, okay, then you got to remember, they were talking about the future, what they thought the future was going to be. We know now that we're living in the future that no, there is not one bomb that's going to destroy the Earth. It's all these bombs that are everywhere that are going to destroy the Earth. Now, in the early 1960s, when they wrote, let's just say when they wrote that movie, they didn't know. They thought, well, maybe in the future they'll have one bomb that is capable of destroying everything. So they didn't know at the time that it was going to be a bunch of bombs everywhere. I mean, we've got enough bombs to destroy this planet 10 times over, at least. But they didn't know that in the early 60s. They thought, well, maybe in the future we'll have the technology to have one bomb that's powerful enough to destroy the whole planet. So that's why that was written that way in that movie. Does that make sense? And by the way, I don't know if you know it or not. I don't want to give away too many spoilers for those of you guys who have not seen it. But the only reason why I had the scene with the bomb was because Charlton Heston said, I'm not going to be in the sequel. I don't want to do the sequel. He wasn't into sequels. He was a headline, grade A actor, and he wasn't into sequels. But they begged him and begged him and begged him to come back. And he said, look, only if I could do a cameo, and only if I could push a button and destroy the whole world to end everything. And he didn't take a paycheck for that second movie either. He said, I won't take a paycheck. He said, if you're going to send me a paycheck, I'll send it to charity. And that's what he did. He gave away the paycheck to charity. So it was Charlton Heston's idea about the bomb. And that's why his character Taylor is in that movie so little, because he refused to do it originally in the first place. He, like I said, he was not into doing sequels. And I give him credit for that. He's my favorite actor of all time. And I'm glad he steered away from sequelitis. But
They
I
never
would. I
explained
will
it,
say
like-
this: if I didn't have to cover so many different genres on our horror sci-fi stream, I would cover the Planet of the Apes movies. I wish I could do that. I wish I could every Tuesday for a month cover Planet of the Apes original movies. I would start with the first one, then the second one, the third one. Like I said, there's originally 5 of them. So I just don't know if my audience wants that. I don't know if my fellow panel members want that. I don't know if my audience wants that. I wish I could do it. I'm a big fan.
No.
See, that's why I said it.
I'm always up for watching a gorilla movie.
I know, but you're gonna watch it with German. He's gonna
Biased.
talk. You're gonna watch it with German. He'll talk all the way through it and talk bad mouth it. So so no offense, but I won't be there for that. I don't want to hear somebody talk shit about my franchise when they don't even know what it is. If he at least knew what he was talking about, it'd be different. That's the point. If he at least knew what he was talking about. But anyway, all right. So,
But like, remember,
go ahead.
Remember in Escape from the Planet of the Apes? Did they say that when the apes went back in time because the bomb hit the okay, first of all, they never mentioned if the ship was on Earth or the ship was in space.
No.
They never explained that.
Yes, they did. What happened was Cornelius and Zira were able to salvage Taylor's ship. They pulled it out of the water, repaired it, and they flew it back. And that's how they got
That's
to
kind
Earth.
of unrealistic. They don't
I
have
know.
technology.
I know it's unrealistic, but I'm saying, but that is the reason. So, but that's
So they
how
were in
it.
space when the shockwave hit the ship.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's true. But
Right, they were right outside the atmosphere, and Zira. They showed the clip of the explosion, and Zira said that she could see the planet melt away.
so yeah, it melted. So
Yes.
oh, but
I
did they
just don't want to.
explain if it was like
I
a
don't. I
second
know.
timeline?
I shouldn't be worried about spoilers for a 50-year-old movie, but.
Yeah.
Oh, I shot Pooch. All right. So, okay. So let's on to the next one now. Ballerina. Everyone's favorite topic. What do you guys think?
Oh no, thank you.
I might put it on in the background for my daughter. Maybe something to fall asleep to.
Oh, you don't. Do you see what it says below the word ballerina, Gorilla?
A John Wick spinoff.
See, they're doing the same thing they're doing that I mentioned up here with Furioso. Here's what it is.
Oh,
You have a movie that there's no John Wick in it, so they know no one's going to go see it.
oh,
So they're
fuck.
putting
No.
his name on it. But guess what it's going to star? A girl who's... Can anybody answer? Can anybody guess?
I'm not gonna watch it if she's gonna dance. I'm only gonna watch it if she kicks ass.
Well, can you guys tell me? I think I saw the first 1 or 2 John Wick movies. I just remember the action. I like that. But when Midnight's Edge was talking about Ballerina the other day, they said that the character Ballerina popped up in one of the earlier movies. Anybody remember that?
No, I haven't seen them.
How about you, Nemesis?
I've seen the first one, and I'm not interested in seeing Ballerina. I will be right back, guys.
Go for it. How about you, Daniel?
Like I said, it depends. If it's gonna be like a girl dancing around in a ballerina suit, I'm not gonna watch it. But if it's a girl kicking ass and punching and kicking and shouting "Kia," I'm gonna watch it definitely.
Well, let's see if I can pull it up, and we'll try to get a little bit more of a concept of what it is. Jeez, sorry, I don't mean to give away spoilers. I just happen to see what the movie poster looks like. Okay, so let me what I see. I'm going to share with you guys. Oh, you guys will get a proper perspective. There we go. Ballerina. So she is a ballerina, but hey, surprise, surprise, everybody. She's a ballerina that kicks ass. Isn't that lovely? And here we go. Now remember it says ballerina. In this title, Internet Movie Database, it doesn't even say a John Wick movie. It just says straight up ballerina. So we don't know once it hits the theaters what the title is going to be. It's either going to be ballerina. I think they're going to tack the name on of John Wick because I think they're going to know that nobody's going to go pay to see this movie unless it's got the John Wick name on it. But let's take a look at the casting. Let's see if Keanu Reeves is in there anywhere. Look, there he is. So at least Keanu Reeves is going to be in it at some point.
But
I don't know how much.
He died. He died in the last one.
Then maybe it'll be flashbacks, which means it'll definitely be a small cameo. So there's the cast. Right there. Norman Reedus? He's the guy from Walking Dead. I'm surprised. Angelica Houston, she is Walking Dead. She's like old as hell. But that's it. A young female assassin, what a surprise, seeks revenge against the people who killed her family. So that sounds like an original plot we've never seen before.
Yeah, we've seen that so many times.
I know, exactly, right. So that's Ballerina. Okay, so what say you guys? What do you think? Now that you know a little more about it, what do you think, Gorilla?
I still haven't even seen the original John Wick movies.
Well, from what you've seen, from what we just showed of Ballerina, would you watch it?
Yeah, maybe. I think that's more aimed towards like the wife and all that, not the husband, not the guys. More like a chick. It's supposed to be a chick action flick.
Well, that's why they're putting the words "a John Wick saga" on there. They're hoping to drag guys into the theater. I like the title here, Ballerina, a John Wick spinoff. It should say Ballerina, a John Wick knockoff. or a John Wick ripoff. Right? That should be it. Ballerina, a John Wick ripoff is what it should be called. And I got to tend to my dogs. I'll be right back, guys. Got to give them a little bit of food.
You're making a Bad Boys 4.
Yeah, believe it or not. And remember, this is with Will, starring Will Smith and the guy he slapped. So yeah, good luck on that one, huh? And from what I've heard, they haven't even started filming it yet. So good luck on it being ready by that date. Chances are it's not going to be, but that's my opinion. I'll be right back.
Wait, Chris Rock is going to be in that movie?
Probably. Maybe. But I still say that whole slap was staged. You know, they may have kicked Will Smith out of the Oscars and all that for 10 years, you know, but I'm pretty sure it was staged because everybody was talking about it. Everybody's talking about Will Smith, you know. I'm still positive it was staged. Anyway, Chris Rock both staged it. I'm willing to bet. So,
I mean, everyone saw that. That was like so like he just walked up and boom, he hit Chris Rock in the head.
It was staged.
A lot of people say it was staged, but I think it was real.
Yeah, I think it was staged. You gotta remember, these are actors. They know how to act. Oh, they got another Alien movie coming out.
Yeah, Alien Romulus, but I'm hearing it's a prequel. Oh, God. Can't they just do a sequel to Alien Resurrection? Oh, is that too much to ask?
Yeah. Now, is there some kind of like mythology around Romulus, or is that they're just stealing the name from Star Trek?
Still the name from Star Trek, as far as I know.
Because it almost sounds like it could be Roman mythology. Nemesis would probably know more than I do on that, but
okay. So, what movie are you guys talking about now?
Yeah, well, first we were talking about Bad Boys 4, like how it was so.
Right, Bad Boys 4. So, you guys think my question is, are you guys fans of the Bad Boys 1, 2, and 3? And how do you think this one's going to do?
I've never watched
it, and I've seen 2. I like 1 and 2. I haven't seen 3 yet.
Never watched them.
And I have to admit, I've never watched them either, and for good reason. I can't stand Will Smith or whatever the other guy's name is. I don't even remember his name, but I can't stand either one of them. They're loudmouth, two-dimensional, stereotypical. It's like whoever the director is said, go out there and act like an ignorant black person. Give us all the old "what's up" and my nigga and all that kind of stuff. So no, I'm not going to pay to see that crap.
Yeah, it has Will Smith and Martin Lawrence.
Here, I gotta address this chat here. Jim, I didn't even bring you up in the conversation at all. We're just talking about Will Smith and Chris Rock. There are 2 actors. I'm still convinced that they staged that slap on the Oscars because Will Smith doesn't care about the Oscars. They can ban him for 10 years. He doesn't care.
Yeah, Jim, I don't know where you got that from. Nobody was talking about you, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two like Will Smith and Martin Lawrence. They are loudmouths, aren't they? You know.
Of course, that's all Hollywood makes is the stereotypical. They walk out, they're swaying, and then oh yeah, my brother, my nigga, and I will not, cannot, and will not watch any movie where if they don't speak English. I'll put it that way, and if they can't for a change not act like racist, ignorant, two-dimensional idiots, then I'm not interested. I'll put it that way. And they talk about what's sad is they talk about black people being exploited, black people being pigeonholed and made fun of, and the racism and all this, and they're the ones that perpetuate the ignorance. And I hope if YouTube doesn't like what I'm saying, then screw them because I don't care, but it's true. Can't we get one movie where they act intelligent, where they actually can speak English, they can actually put one sentence together?
So you don't think it's funny the way they act?
Absolutely not. That's why I hated the Rush Hour movies. They're a perfect example.
Yeah.
We got an ignorant.
What's that black guy called again? I forgot his name.
The black guy and Jackie Chan, and the whole movie was about.
Oh yeah, Chris.
The whole movie was about making fun of the Chinese culture because that's okay, but yet nobody can make fun of the black culture, and all they did was just make another loudmouth, two-dimensional black guy who insulted everybody.
Yeah,
and
Chris
was racist
Tucker.
Towards everybody. Yes.
He was the loudmouth. He was nicknamed the biggest mouth in the West. You know that's the tagline. The fastest hands of the East, which is Jackie Chan, meets the loudest mouth of the West, which is Chris Tucker. It was the first one. They advertised it to be hilarious. I watched it, not so much. But the second one, that was really, really funny. I watched that so many times.
Well, that's fine that you liked it. I know there was people that liked those movies. I had a stepbrother Frank who enjoyed them too. But like I said, I didn't like the way that I don't like the way they talked about Chinese people in it. I don't like the way the racism that was prevalent throughout the entire movie, the ignorance. And like for example, what was the name of the guy you said that started it? It was Jackie Chan and who?
And Chris Tucker.
I can't tell him apart from Martin Lawrence. I can't tell him apart from Will Smith. And only because they all act like the same character. They don't look alike. You could show me a picture and I could pick out one from the other. But when it comes to their movies and the way they act, they all act the same. And that's my problem.
Yeah, I know, right? They're like loud mouths and they're like kicking ass.
Yes. That's why.
Yeah, what's up, my brother?
That's why I hated Independence Day. It's like that could have been a good movie, and Will Smith ruined it. He shit all over it. I can't believe they hired that dumbass. Oh, I can't stand Will Smith. Anyway, enough of that. Sorry. I'm not trying to cuss. So, Bad Boys, my opinion is it's not going to be ready by June 14th because from what I've heard, they haven't even finished shooting it yet.
Oh, yeah,
and how are people going to go laugh when they know that A, Will Smith is the biggest cuck in Hollywood, and B, he slapped what's his face, the co-star of this Bad Boys movie, and are those two going to make it just for a paycheck?
That's why I was saying it was staged. That whole thing was staged.
No, it wasn't because I'll put it this way: if it would have been staged to make them look good, but it made Will Smith and the other guy, whatever his name is, and Jada Pinkett Smith all look bad, and that's why I know it was not staged.
Yeah, Chris Rock just took that slap from Will Smith
like a coward, which he is. He is a coward.
But
and then you have Will Smith, who's the biggest cuck in Hollywood, who's defending his wife, who's sleeping around with multiple men.
Yeah, I know
and everybody knows that now. So, how are you going to get past that, right?
But I just don't get it. Chris Rock said he practiced karate when he was a kid, right? Why didn't he just defend himself when Will Smith hit him?
I know. I agree. It may have helped his career a little better because it certainly didn't help. I mean, it did. It hurt his career. I think if he would have defended himself, even in the slightest, I think it would have helped his career. But that's my opinion. So, what do you guys think? Nemesis is gone?
Yeah, he said he'd be right back.
Okay. Oh, and I'm officially just everybody. disclaimer warning, I'm making my first drink for the night. And I know it's late, so I guess I won't be drinking a lot.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go to bed pretty soon. I'm there.
Okay, so let's move on. So enough with Bad Boys 4. Inside Out 2. What say you guys? What do you think?
It'll make a lot of money. The first one was
Go ahead.
the first one was a huge hit there. Every kid I've seen liked it. Is real funny. And now they're and I know that through Cub Scouts they're 5 out of the 14 were talking about it's getting a new character. Though they could go one of two ways there. How are they going to portray the new character anxiety? So, but I bet you, if it doesn't make $1 billion, it's going to at least make $750 million. And I know we're going to watch it. We probably won't go to the. I know Marissa will take Owen to the theaters, but I'm going to wait till it comes out on cinema or on Soap Today.
You sound like you're excited for it.
Yeah, I'll watch it. The first one was actually halfway decent, but it will be. Out of all these lists so far, it'll be the biggest one out of the whole list so far.
Oh, and okay, now help me remember. Inside Out 2, that's not Disney, right? It's DreamWorks or Universal or something like that, right?
I think it's DreamWorks, but it's the one with the kid moves, and that's
no, I'm not asking if you to describe the plot because I did not see the first one. I'm asking just strictly what studio.
I think it's DreamWorks.
Okay, I think that might be Universal. What about you, Daniel? What do you think about Inside Out 2?
I've never seen Inside Out 1, so I can't tell you if I'm going to watch. I don't think I'm going to watch this one.
Yeah.
Okay, now I could be wrong, but I think Inside Out 2 and the Inside Out franchise, are those part of the Minions?
No.
Okay.
The Minions are not in it at all.
No, but are they part of the same universe kind of thing?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I could be completely wrong. Like I said, I haven't seen any of those. So I know, okay, the first Inside Out, that was successful, right? It made a lot of money?
Yeah. That's what?
Inside Out, the first one, was it successful? It made a lot of money. I mean, obviously it made
I made a crap ton of money, and every kid I know who you ask them, they'll say they're excited for it.
Oh, then there's a good chance of it doing well then. And especially it helps that it's not from Disney, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's Pixar.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Inside Out is a 2015 American animated coming-of-age film produced by Pixar Animation.
Well, then now we don't know if it's going to do so well, because is that good enough to draw people back in to see a Disney movie? I guess we'll have to wait and see, right?
I think just by the name, the kids are going to beg their parents to see it.
Or you could be right.
It might be the only Disney movie that the parents might make exception for. We've already seen three Disney movies. The parents might make an exception for one Disney movie out of all of them, and it'd be this one.
I don't know. If I was a parent and I know that it's a company that is only out to groom my kids, I wouldn't make an exception for any of their movies, but that's my opinion.
I don't know. The first one was good, I thought. So.
Well, then was that before Disney had their influence? Was that before they took over Pixar, or no?
It's 2015 when it came out. I seen
then
it.
It was before Disney took over. Okay, so now you're talking about it's going to come out with the perspective of Disney.
Yeah, we'll see. But I'm kind of skeptical though with the character anxiety. But all the kids are excited to see anxiety. So
you have anxiety over the movie?
No. The movie's about this kid here whose emotions. She's going through puberty there, and her emotions.
No, that's okay. Spare me, please. No offense, but I don't want to know. And you're right, it is Disney Pixar, and it's about a little young girl. I don't want to know. The less I know, the better, because I'm not interested. No offense, but it's not for me. Well,
it's a kids' movie, so.
But that doesn't mean it has to be for little girls only, is what I'm saying. That's the point that everybody seems to. They think that I don't know if you guys misunderstand what I've been saying all night. But my issue is I have no problem with kid movies. Everything's focused towards little girls, and they're making boys and men look stupid. That's my point. And that's what I'm saying is old. If it centers around a little girl, I'm not interested. It's period. I don't care if it's a Planet of the Apes. I don't care if it's a Pixar movie. I don't care if it's a King Kong movie. If it's centered around a little girl who's a central point for everything, that's just it's not for me. So but I can understand. Like I said, I know there's people out there that like that kind of stuff. It's not for me. That's just my opinion. No offense. I've had it with the little girl who's secret to everything. I can't do it anymore. Quiet Place Day One. What do you guys think? What say
Never
you
heard
about
of it.
that? It's a sequel to The Quiet Place. I think this is the third one in the franchise. There was A Quiet Place, and then I don't remember the name of the second one. And then I think this is the third one. Daniel, do you know anything about it?
I've never seen Quiet. I heard of A Quiet Place, but never saw it before.
Okay, a horror movie. Oh, you don't want to hear my opinion. I didn't like them. I know I'm sounding negative, but it's another horror movie where the women are strong, men are weak. I'll put it that way. If it does well, I don't know. Now, Despicable Me. That's the one that I was thinking of that I think is part of the Minions.
Yes, that is Minions, and that will be $1 million. That'll make a lot of money.
That I think is Universal. That's what I was thinking about Inside Out too. I think
I
Despicable
don't get
Me.
why that franchise makes so much money. It's not even interesting, at least not to me.
Ooh, that tastes like what I'm drinking is what PvP recommended. He said buy amaretto, Bailey's Irish Cream, and triple sec orange, and I did, and it tastes like cough syrup. But I'm not used to drinking hard liquor. Ugh. But it tastes, at least it's sweet, I guess. Okay, so you think Despicable Me will do well, guys? And I agree, it probably will. It's, like I said, it's not my bag. But hey, I think it's going to do well because of the previous movies, from what I've heard. My question is, you guys saw the first 3 movies? I'm guessing
my kid has, but I haven't. He watches them with his mom.
Do you know if they focused around a little girl? Or was it a boy and a girl, or a boy? Do you have an idea?
No, I can't remember. I think it's some older guy.
Okay, how about you, Daniel? Anything you can share with us?
No, I've never seen any of them. I heard of Minions and Despicable Me, but I never even gave it a chance.
Okay, that's fine. All right, how are we doing on the chat, Gorilla? I don't want to forget.
4 of them.
All right, let's cover that.
I know. It says, "Oh my," and Nemesis says, "Inside Out 2 will do well." And Twister's could be good. I'm highly skeptical of the other films are going to do well.
Well, Twisters, I mean, nobody remembers the first one, first of all, right? I mean, I do, but you guys...
I remember watching the first one when I was a kid.
I watched it.
With Bill Paxton?
Yeah, Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt.
Helen Hunt, I think.
And what's that guy called again? The guy who played Dusty? Oh, yeah, Dustin Hoffman.
Dustin Hoffman was in Twister?
Yeah, he was the guy who played Dusty. The guy with the long hair.
Well, I'll look it up.
No, wait, not Dustin Hoffman.
Because Dustin Hoffman sticks towards the Academy Award type movies, not action.
Yeah, what's his name? I forgot. I got to look up his name.
I'm looking it up now. Well, we know Bill Paxton won't be in it. He's kicked the bucket. Carrie Elways, Philip Seymour Hoffman, he's dead.
Oh yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman. That's the one. Yeah.
He's dead. Good. Right. Well, he's
unfortunately,
dead.
He was a good guy. I mean, he was a good actor.
Yeah, he was. He was a good actor, and that was before he was famous, because he won the Academy Award after that. Okay, so let me get caught up here. I'm a little behind. So now we're talking about Twisters. So any last thing okay, I agree with you guys. It may do well. I don't know, but I don't think it's going to go on brand recognition. I think, like you guys, you guys saw the original Twister, but I think it's been so many years. I don't think it's trying to remind people of the original movie. I mean, come on, it's been more than 20 years since the original movie.
Yeah, it might be a little too late.
That's what I'm saying is it's coming out on its own merit.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
They started filming this in May of Yeah. So yeah, it'll be out soon. I mean, yeah.
Right. So
It's
if it
May
does,
8th. Yeah.
I'm looking it up now. The cast is going to be completely different. Nobody
I
original
think
from the
Helen
first
Hunt's
movie.
coming back.
I'm looking at it now, and her name is not in the cast.
Oh,
Yeah, there's nobody because I just looked at the cast of Twister, and this is a completely new cast. Oh my goodness! And it stars Katie, Tiernan, Mora, and Daisy. Oh, and there's some guy named Glenn. So that tells you about the cast of Twisters right there in a nutshell. So in other words, you're going to see one man for every 5 women in the movie. So yeah, take that for what it's worth.
what I can't figure out is it going to be a sequel or a reboot? Because what I'm reading here is it's like the daughter of Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton.
Reboot.
Oh, well, if it's a reboot, I'm not watching it.
Well, Hollywood doesn't like using that word, but it's a if it doesn't have any of the original cast and it's telling a complete difference, that's a reboot.
Yeah, because what I'm hearing is it's a legacy sequel, whatever that means. I never heard of a legacy sequel before.
Legacy sequel means it's more a continuation of the original story, but the word legacy means with the original cast. And obviously, since there is nobody in the original cast, just because they're saying, oh, but it's their kids, doesn't matter. It's a reboot. They just don't like using the word reboot anymore. They know audiences don't like reboot. But it's a reboot, so don't let them fool you that it's saying it's a legacy sequel. It's not. I mean, in the first movie, well, yeah, sure, they might show a picture on the wall saying, oh, I miss mom or I miss dad. That's going to be it. You're not even going to get cameos from the original cast. I'll put it that way. It won't even be at least with the last Ghostbusters movie. At least you got cameos. Okay, so on to Deadpool.
Oh,
July
yeah, that one's
26th.
going to be good.
It's funny because I was listening. Okay, for the past year, everyone's been saying Deadpool's going to save Marvel. Deadpool's going to save Disney. It's going to be the best thing ever. Oh my God, they got Wolverine back. Yay, yay, yay. And what's funny is I was listening to Midnight's Edge the other day when they were talking about it. And people are finally saying what I said from the beginning. And I said, don't count your chickens. I said, it's going to be a Disney movie no matter how you look at it. And that's what Midnight's Edge is finally admitting. They're saying, yeah, it might not be as good because it's going to be coming out through Disney. So I know a lot of people have a lot of high hopes for it. I like the first 2 Deadpool movies, but I don't trust Disney. This is still coming out from Disney. This is still being put out and produced and made and filmed and acted by a bunch of activists. So I hope I'm wrong. I obviously hope I'm wrong, but I don't think so. I don't know. What do you think, Gorilla?
What, Deadpool?
Yeah.
It's the other ones did good, so I think the fans are gonna go see it.
Well, yeah, but if it's not a good movie, what will happen is word of mouth will spread after the first week, and it'll drop off dramatically. So it better be a good movie for word of mouth to spread, is what I'm saying.
It's got Hugh Jackman. They finally got Hugh Jackman to come back. I remember when Logan came out, he said that was his final time as Logan. Hugh Jackman said it was his final time as Logan.
Uh-huh.
He actually said that Jerry Seinfeld convinced him to quit being Logan, just quit while you're still ahead. Well,
Right.
he did, but then somehow Kevin Feige was able to lure him back in.
Right.
Thank God,
Oh, thank God. So that's a good thing.
But when Kevin Feige lured him back in, I was like, oh, thank God, Kevin Feige, you did it. Somehow you did it.
Kevin Feige or Ryan Reynolds?
I think it was both of them, actually.
Well, I know I'm looking at the I guess I could share this with everybody. Yeah, let's do that really quick. Okay. And bear with me, everybody.
I mean, they said Deadpool 3 is going to bring the Fox X-Men into the MCU.
There we go. Deadpool 3. Now, let's take a look at the cast. Look how far down the list Hugh Jackman is. I want to point that out. Usually, the higher they up on the list, the more screen time they get. So this means that Hugh Jackman is not going to be in the movie very much. I hate to break everybody's heart. But if he's this far down the list, you're going to see Emma, Ryan, Marina, Jennifer, and shitload, a lot more than you're going to see Hugh Jackman. So get ready for that, everybody. And by the way, look at this. We got a girl, boy, girl, boy. So you're going to get another female-centric movie. You're going to get Ryan Reynolds. Yes, he's supposedly the star of the movie, but other than him, it's going to be focused around these other women, including Jennifer Garner. They're digging her up as Elektra. My God.
Yeah. I think they're going to go back to the Deadpool universe because they say like Deadpool 3. No. What's it? Daredevil universe. Sorry about that. Because Deadpool's going to go to these different universes.
Right, and both of those movies bombed at the theaters. They were both bad, and they bombed. They lost a lot of money for Fox.
Yeah, I know. We could have gotten a Daredevil too.
I know, but I'm saying, why would they bring back Jennifer Garner when her original movie lost a lot of money?
I think that Elektra lost more money than Daredevil.
It did, but they're bringing her back. Why? Girl power. I mean, can you think of another reason?
No, I guess not.
Now, I want to remind everybody, Hugh Jackman. Anybody want to be honest and tell me his age?
He's like 50 and something.
Yeah, he's going on 60. So we're talking about a nearly 60-year-old Wolverine. Think about it.
Yeah, but he's
so are we going to get Hugh Jackman, or are we going to be getting a stuntman?
Well, yeah, probably.
Right. So, and don't just love Emma here. Oh, I just love her, the star here. Emma, the bleach blonde, the black roots. So attractive. I'm like a bucket of puke buried under a gallon of piss.
Yeah, they say she's going to be Professor X's sister or something.
Oh, but don't worry. She'll be more powerful and much smarter than Professor X.
Yeah. You know the character. She's much more powerful, and she's evil, and
right.
Like, one of the X-Men's primary antagonists.
God. So I'm just telling you, I could be wrong, but I don't think this movie is going to be as good as everybody's thinking. I mean, look at this. Take a look at the writers. Sean Levy, Wendy, and Lizzie. Think about that, okay? I want you to let that sink in. That's the writers of this movie.
I never heard of. Well, are they good writers?
I never heard of them either. So the question is, my point is, the movie is supposed. First of all, this is Disney, so this is a lie. We all know it's actually written by a committee. There's no way this is written by only 3 people, but they're willing to put 3 names up there, which means by 1 man and 2 women. Who do you think gets outvoted out of those? Who gets outvoted? Huh? Think about that. And remember, this is a Disney movie. So keep all that in mind going in to see this. And will I see it? No. I have no interest in seeing it. Sure, it's going to have member berries in there. Sure, it's going to have Wolverine for I don't know how long or how little. But is that enough to draw me in? No, because I know it's a Disney movie. But that's my opinion. So what say you guys? What do you think?
I don't know. I think it'll be good. And Hugh Jackman is in still pretty good shape. So if he did his stunts for the previous movie, he said he'll do his own stunts for this movie.
Wait, you see the previous movies, when were they made? Remember, keep that in mind. When were they made compared to now? This is 2024 we're talking. 20 years ago. 20 years ago. That's what I'm saying. We're talking about a man who's close to 60 years old. Keep that in mind.
He's probably done movies since then that he's probably done his own stunts.
No. He actually, no, he hasn't. And we're talking about Wolverine specifically. The last movies that Hugh Jackman has been doing are like musicals and chick flicks. I know. See, my dog agrees with me. Just kidding.
Yeah, he was in Les Miserables with Nicole Kidman. I remember that.
And that horrible P.T. Barnum movie where they ruined P.T. Barnum. I don't even remember it because it upsets me thinking about it. But all right, back to this now. Okay, so there we covered Deadpool. So Borderlands, what do you guys think?
Never Borderlands.
I heard of it, but
Based on a video game, I'll put it that way. So,
Oh.
no, thank you.
Who's making it?
who's making it? Does it matter if it's based on a video game? I guess not, but
Well, Super Mario Brothers was good, Now
Oh yeah, it was the only one that made $1.3 billion
Sonic-
last year.
Sonic was pretty good, and that's based on a video game. But then you had not for all mankind. What's that one with that zombie disease thing that came out during the pandemic, where that plant turned in? It was they turned the game into a TV show. I can't remember.
Sure. So here we have Borderlands, okay? And here's a couple clips of the preview. It looks like, oh, how nice. Oh, we got a nice girl power. Yay. So that's the first thing front and center they're going to show in the movie. Look at that. Okay. Oh, my God. Jamie Lee Curtis is in it? Oh. Anyway, director by Eli Roth. I don't know if that helps you guys. He usually does horror movies. His last one was that Thanksgiving movie.
Yeah.
Cabin.
Well, Jamie Lee Curtis, they're up. I'd probably check it out for her.
Let's look at the cast.
Yeah,
Ariana.
she's famous for the Halloween movies.
Jack Black is in it, guys.
Jack Black.
Kate Blanchett, Gina, Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, so I'll probably check it out.
You think it'll do well, guys?
I think it'd be. It might bring in $100 million, but that's about it, probably.
That's funny. The description, it says a feature film based on the popular video game set on the abandoned fictional planet of Pandora. So it's going to have the same name as the planet from
Avatar.
Thank you. You think that's going to confuse people or no?
No, it won't.
No? Okay.
The people who are going to go watch it are the fans of the Borderlands video game.
Just like Fast Night at Freddy's, right? It'll be the fans. So I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, next, Alien Romulus.
How did the last one do?
Well, I didn't see the last one because it was centered around a girl who was the secret to everything, and it was made by Disney.
Yeah.
So take that for what you will in the new one.
How did it do though in theaters?
It went straight to video. It was on Disney Plus.
No, this one probably not going to do very well, just because usually with these franchises, if the previous one does good, then the next one would be good, and then if people start complaining, then the next one after that might be a lot lower. So I don't think it'll do well.
What do you think, Daniel?
I don't know. I haven't seen the Alien movies. Like the last one I saw was Alien vs. Predator 2, and that's it. The only way I'm gonna watch Alien Romulus if I know it's a sequel to Alien Resurrection.
Yeah.
I'll show the Internet Movie Database page here to let you guys guess. Or
let's catch up with chat.
Thank you, Gorilla.
Oh my God! Please don't tell me it's a prequel.
Jim says I like Twister. Edge of Time says Despicable Me 2 had a trio of secret key girls. Guru has forsaken a life of crime to raise Margot, Agnes, and Edith. He's trying to figure out how to provide for his new family.
Gotcha.
I've heard 98% of this show and all these movies sound like trash, said Edge of Time.
I agree with Edge of Time.
Bestest Marvel movie ever. And Hollywood Trash Fire 3 is happening again. Hollywood 2024 still phoning it in. No sequel.
That's right. Sequels and remakes and sequels. That's all it is, right?
And Nemesis is loving all the negativity in here. Taylor Swift could outsell a lot of them. Well, yeah, I do not understand what the craze is behind her, but...
Well, I will tell you this. Her movie did well the first week, and then people started turning away in droves.
Well, it's just a concert.
Right, that's just it. What they did was it was an advertisement for her concerts because people saw the movie the first weekend, then stopped going, and then they went to her concert.
Yeah.
So the only thing it served to do was advertise for her concert.
Yeah, and Edge of Time says I gave up on movies. I should just go to bed.
I'm sorry, Edge of Time.
Edge of Time.
I'm sorry this is taking forever for us to get through it.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to bed here soon too. I'm getting tired.
Sorry, Gorilla. So, Alien Romulus. Young people, young. Now remember that's the first word. Keep that in mind, young. Now, because we all know how expert astronauts in space that need to be highly trained and experienced. It's always best to put young people on a spaceship, right? How smart that is. Young people from a distant world must face the most terrifying life form in the universe. Now, the only positive thing I could say, Pooch, it's directed by Fede Alvarez. If you guys don't know who that is, he directed the Evil Dead remake from like 2020, 21. Not this current one, not the Evil Dead High, whatever the. I'm not even going to talk about that, the one from last year. But so I don't know if that helps with the director. But it's look at it, how nice. Look, it stars Kaylee and Isabella. Oh, that just sounds so nice. There they are. There's Kaylee. Oh, look at that. A young girl who looks like she's about 16. That makes a lot of sense. Send her up into space, right? Look at Isabella. How old is she? Look at Isabella. How old is that?
Well, depending on what the mission is, they might need younger people in there, depending on what the mission is.
So you think that these kids spent years training for this?
I've seen movies where they start the kids out training young.
Well, you can justify it all you want, but all I'm saying is that this is another movie out of all the ones we've been covering tonight, which is excluding adults from the cast. None of us want to go see it because we're tired of seeing little kids. This is why I did not want to. This is my point with the Ghostbusters movie. I'm not going to go see an Alien movie. We're talking about Alien here by Fox. No, I'm not going to go see a Disney-produced Alien movie starring a bunch of girls and kids. Think about it. If you looked at this cast here and if I said, guess which movie this is, would you ever guess Alien? No. So in other words, it's Aliens for kids, which means, quick shocker, kids, nobody's going to die. Sorry for the spoilers, everybody. Kids don't die in movies, especially not Disney movies. So there's the top cast right there. There's Alien. Enough about that movie. And this is another thing that pisses me off because I used to like the Alien franchise. But seeing what they're doing with it now, I don't know what else I can say about Disney that I haven't already said. All right. Let's see here. Craven the Hunter. What say you, Gorilla? What do you think?
What's it? Craven? I've never even heard of it.
Well, Daniel will tell us. Go ahead, Daniel.
Oh, Craven the Hunter is like an enemy of Spider-Man. He's like one of the oldest ones. I remember watching him a lot in the 90s. And making a movie based on him, he's more of a supporting character to Spider-Man or a villain. I don't know if making a movie directly centered on him would actually do anything.
Well, I agree with that. It's not enough to focus an entire movie. Well, just like Venom, just like Morbius, and just like Madam Web. Are they a strong enough character, an interesting enough character to focus an entire movie on them? And I would say, my opinion, no, but I could be crazy. It's like I said with the last one. It should have been introduced within the Spider-Man universe and had him go up against Spider-Man first, introduce him to the audience, and then we all say, oh, yeah, we know who that is. See, that's the point. A good example is like Gorilla said, I don't know who that is. Most people are going to say, I don't know who that is. See, that's the big mistake Sony's making with this franchise. They need to introduce these people within the Spider-Man movies, and then people would say, oh, yeah, we know who that is. We remember him from the last Spider-Man movie. He was pretty cool. I'll go see that. But that's not what they're doing. It's like they're doing it backwards. But that's my opinion. It may not be popular. But I do think, in my opinion, it's going to hurt because a lot of people are not going to know who he is. So what's going to happen they're going to every time when they do advertise the movie, they're going to start showing clips of Spider-Man and throwing it in there just to entice people into the theater. And then you'll get into the movie and you'll say, but there's no Spider-Man in the movie. And it's like, yeah, right. They just put that in the trailers to get you into the movie. I'm surprised they don't, like the other movies previously, they should say Craven the Hunter, a Spider-Man movie. or something like that, a Spider-Man ripoff or something like that. I'm surprised they haven't done that. Give them time, though. They've got plenty of time. That's August 30th. But that's my opinion. Okay, enough with Craven. Beetlejuice 2, guys. Tell me what you think.
Too late.
I love the first movie. It came out in 1988 when I was a year old. Yeah,
It's too
I was
late.
a year old in '88, so
It's too late. It's not going to make a lot of money. It's not going to make. It's not going to make a lot of money because it's too late. Everybody who was a fan of the first Beetlejuice, if it came out a year or two later, it would have been a box office hit. But it's too late.
I know.
We're talking about 30, 40 years now.
You guys
How old
remember?
are you, Daniel? 37? 37 years old?
Yeah, 36, 37.
Now, this could be considered a legacy sequel because at least it does have Michael Keaton, Catherine O'Hara, and I think Winona Ryder, and it's got a few of the others. So maybe you could consider this a legacy sequel, but then those names I just said could be in cameos as far as we know. And guess good news, everybody. This is going to have Beetlejuice's wife in it. Aren't we all looking forward to that? Didn't we all ask for that?
Well, that part won't bother me, but it's just this amount of time in between them is what bothered me.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. So it's like we were talking about with the Twister. So this is going to have to rely on its own. A lot of the young people are going to be like, Beetlejuice, who's that? So it's going to have to rely on its own merit.
I think that it's cool that they took this. Well, okay, first of all, if it were up to me, we would have gotten Beetlejuice Goes to Hawaii, which was a sequel, a long time ago. I wanted to see that, but they never did. But this is actually kind of cool. They took like when it's kind of, you got to think about it like this. It's 36 years later. Beetlejuice and everybody else, who knows how many adventures they've had we've never seen. That's what makes it interesting. We'll never see what they've been up to.
So the fact that you don't see what they were up to is interesting?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you don't want to see what they were up to this whole time?
No, I want to see what they're up to, but
But that means it's not. Yeah, but that means it's not interesting.
Well, yeah. That's
Maybe you'll get a montage. There you go. Maybe you'll get a montage, right?
Yeah. So, but I'm just wait. What was that guy called again? Oh, Alec Baldwin. Yeah, he's not going to be in this movie, sadly.
Oh, poor thing.
I'm not going to cry over that, but
yeah, because he killed like 3 people on the set by accident.
Yeah. Well, he claims it was an accident.
Well, where's all these gun enthusiasts calling for him to be locked up? Or all these gun banners call?
Well, because all the people because the people you're talking about, Gorilla, are politically the same side he's on. They're all far left liberals, so they're not going to yell to him. Yeah. If he was a conservative, he would already been in jail.
Well, you know what? Just because he's an actor, he can get away with it. But I guarantee you, if it was any one of us, we'd be in jail.
Well, no, but it was because he's a Democrat. If he would have been a Republican conservative, he'd have been in jail. Okay, so is that enough about Beetlejuice?
Yeah, it's not.
One second. At the beginning of the movie, I hear there's just going to be a funeral. That's probably going to be for Alec Baldwin's character. They're just going to say he died.
Death by gunshot. Okay, here's one quick question. Do you guys think that Michael Keaton will have the same energy like he did in the first one, or do they could be like a tired old man now, just going through the ropes?
And Beetlejuice?
I think he could. Yeah. I think he could. He was good as Batman.
How old is he?
He's going on 70.
He could either have the same energy as Patrick Stewart did in Picard, or he could have the same where he's sitting down every single scene. Literally every single scene, they have Picard. They have a chair there for Picard to sit down on.
And apologize, right? I'm sorry, as he sits down and gets cucked.
Or he could have the same energy as William Shatner has now.
Well, I don't know if he's going to be that good.
But it could go either way. But I'm going to be back at the nicotine fix.
Okay. Well, we all know that from recent experience, Michael Keaton did okay in that Flash movie, but it was mostly a stuntman when it came to any of the action scenes or him in the suit. So that's the problem when they get old is we end up just seeing a stuntman in a suit most of the time.
Well, I don't know. You know what? Salty always says it's mostly stunt people nowadays. The actors just show themselves and do their
Salty's
line.
once again. Salty's wrong. When it's young people that are in good shape in a suit, they can still do the action. The only time it stunts is when like flying from building to building or they're on wires. But when they're in good shape, no, the actors still do a lot of their own acting. Salty is once again, not surprisingly, wrong. God, that guy has no clue. What does he do? Live under a shell or something? Well, yeah, he's a liberal Democrat. That's right. I keep forgetting. Okay, so on to the next one. Transformers 1. What do you guys think? September 13th. What do you think? Daniel, since you're the only one here, I think.
I've never actually seen any of the Transformers movies.
Well, I know that they started out with a bang and they did really well, and they fizzled out and they started bombing. The last ones did not do so well. So I think that oh, by the way, this is an animated cartoon.
Oh, okay.
Right. So this is not going to be in the live action vein of the last few movies. And ready for this one, guys. Anybody who's fans of the Transformers are one of the big things they demand is to get Peter Cullen to do the voice of Optimus Prime because he's been doing the voice ever since the cartoons in the 80s. Well, for the first time, they've said, you're fired. And they're doing a Buzz Lightyear with this one. So instead of getting Peter Cullen to do Optimus Prime, we're getting Chris Hemsworth. So a whole new cast and an animated feature. I don't think it's going to do well in my opinion, but I could be wrong. So that's why I'm asking your guys' idea, what you think.
I've seen a little bit of Transformers, the animated shows from the 70s, and I saw Beast Wars in the 90s. I love Beast Wars, but after that, nothing.
What do you think, Gorilla? Are you there? Nope. Okay. So let me see. I'm gonna get because I know Gorilla's busy.
If it shows Megatron,
go ahead, Daniel.
Like if it shows Megatron, because I heard recently that Megatron, he joined forces with Optimus and the Autobots. If he switches sides and he joins the good guys, I might watch it.
Or I don't know about the plot details.
Oh, just a sec. Have a good night, Nemesis.
Oh, good night, Nemesis. Nemesis says, seniors in space, get your walkers ready to defend against a highly mobile and vicious enemy. Yeah, you're right. And if I can get my thing to scroll here, which it's having trouble doing. Thank you, Stream Elements. Thank you, Nemesis. Have a good night, everyone. Happy New Year if I don't see you. And thank you, too, Nemesis. Thank you for being on the panel tonight and helping keeping us entertained. See you soon, buddy, and hopefully I'll see you Tuesday. But anything else you want to add, Daniel or Gorilla, about Transformers 1?
Oh, no, I'm not a big Transformers person, so.
No, nothing more.
Okay, Joker. Folie deux, or part 2, I guess.
Yeah, I watched the first Joker, and it was okay. It wasn't even Joker. People complain it wasn't even Joker. It was just some guy dressed up in a clown suit or with makeup on.
Kind of, right. So, okay, then my question for you, Daniel, since you know what the character Joker is within the Batman universe, and we know that this Joker has nothing to do with it. So now they took it and they turned it into a musical. And we have Lady Gaga playing Harley Quinn. So what do you think about that?
Oh, that's going to bomb. It's going to bomb.
Yeah, it's going to bomb.
It's going to bomb like a wish.
How about all those Lady Gaga fans? You don't think it's going to drag them in to see it?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know why. I don't know what the deal is with wanting to do musicals lately.
I can't answer that question. I don't understand either. If you're going to do a musical, make it a good one. The problem is they're not making any good ones.
Yeah, this is going to be a part of DC's Elseworlds movies. Yeah, because like DC is going to do their reboots. Like the DCU starting with
James
Superman
Gunn.
Legacy. But the reason why they're doing the Elseworlds movies is just in case the new DCU fails. At least they can fall on these Elseworlds movies.
Now, I haven't heard of this Elseworlds term. Who else is in this Elseworlds besides Joker?
Well, the Elseworlds movies are basically like what I'm guessing is they're going to bring back old characters and old universes from the past. Like they could potentially do another movie with Michael Keaton's Batman, or maybe
That
we
sounds
know
like fan hype. I don't think that's going to happen.
It sounds like they're out of ideas, and they're
That too.
they're just gonna they're doing it just they're just producing content with washable characters that make no money anymore.
Or as
Or
the
you
old
know what
term
they're
says,
doing?
they're just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah, they're doing Constantine, the Constantine movie from 2004. They're making a sequel to that. That's going to be a part of the Elseworlds movies.
Did that one, Bob?
I don't know.
Yeah, it didn't do well. I don't understand but when I heard they're making a sequel, I was like, what? Because the first one did not do well. So I don't know. They're bringing back stuff that even when it bombed, I don't understand. I don't understand
you know what I'm hoping for? I know it didn't do so well, but it was my first movie I ever got. My mom bought me this in 1997, but I went to Zeller's back in 97 and she bought me Batman and Robin. That was the first Batman movie.
But didn't you open the case to it and put it in the VCR to play it?
Yeah.
So you had to buy it?
Yeah. Well, no, I popped into the VCR when I got home and I loved it. I really hope.
Okay, which one did you pop into the VCR at the store?
Oh, in the store? Okay, this was like even before. Back in 1992, I went to Kmart when Kmart was still around, and I saw Batman Returns on the shelf at the electronics section. So I went to my mom. I said, "Mom, could you buy this for me?" She took one look at it and she said, "No, put it back." So I put it back. She must have heard all the negative backlash, because there was a lot of negative backlash against Batman Returns back in 92. They thought it was too violent and too dark for kids, which is bullshit. Anyways, I wouldn't take no for an answer. Back then I was like 5 years old. So what did I do? I went to the corner. I peeled off the plastic off the tape and I popped it into the VCR. And there was like a lot of VCRs and a lot of TVs, right? So I popped it into the VCR, and all of a sudden the movie went on all the TVs, right? Because they're all connected to each other.
Right.
So that's how I watched the movie, and I watched a good portion of it.
So when you did that, none of the salesmen or anybody came running up saying, "My God, what are you doing?" None of that happened.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Salty said. Like nobody asked you, like, what happened, like, what's this doing? No, I got lucky. So I watched the movie. I got to the part where Catwoman was fighting Batman on the rooftops, and then my mom came to pick me up, and I left, and we went to eat at that restaurant. But I was surprised that nobody came after me.
Well, I guess there was nobody watching.
Yeah.
Kmart had been on decline for many years, so they were cutting back on staff. So there was probably, most people were up at the register or doing something else.
Yeah. So this was like 1992. I was like 5 years old, and then moving forward in 1997, I was 10 years old. I got my first Batman movie, and it was Batman and Robin, and I liked that movie. It was fun. I mean, if you watch Batman the Animated Series, it felt like a live action version of Batman the Animated Series.
Well, right, it did. It was kind of like a live cartoon, but I don't know if you're aware, but it's infamous on how bad it was, and it lost a lot of money for the studio. And Joel Schumacher, the producer, I think maybe the director too, he got fired from the studio because of it. It was heavily mocked by the Batman fans because it was very childish, I guess you could say. But it was infamous on how bad it was, and because it lost so much money. And I'm not even mentioning it was the one that had the bat suit with the nipples. That was another thing that people were laughing at.
And it had George Clooney was a good Bruce Wayne, but he was a horrible Batman.
Yeah, even he said so in interviews. So is that enough? Okay, anything else about I don't know how we got on this topic.
Well, we're talking about Elseworlds movies. Like,
I know we were talking about Joker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was mentioning that Joker was an Elseworlds movie.
Okay, so you guys were thinking Joker's not going to do well.
Nah, not the last one. There, a lot of people are still making fun of.
All right, Venom 3. What do you think?
There, I don't even recognize it. I don't think.
Yeah, you didn't. Okay, so you didn't see the first two then, Gorilla. What about you, Daniel? What do you think about Venom 3? You think it's going to be good? Did you see the
I
first
don't
two?
know. They're saying it's going to be a multiverse movie like Deadpool 3. They want Sony wants to do the same thing with Venom 3. So
Wait,
I don't know.
multiverse
They're
as far as
saying,
what? Wait, multiverse as far as what? Bringing other characters in or what?
yeah, like Venom is going to go to the different universes and meet maybe Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man, and
Oh,
I would like that.
that sounds but that sounds like fan wish. I don't think that's going to happen. We would have heard about it by now because the movie's November 8th. I'm sure it's at least halfway through production. We would have heard about it. So I don't know about that. You might want to be careful about fan speculation because fans always go wild with everything.
At least I hope so. I mean, you never know.
So are you saying that that's the only thing that would help it?
I
Let's
don't
say
know. Otherwise, I'm not gonna watch it at all.
What do you think about the first two?
The first one was okay. The second one was good, but it just kind of tired me out now.
I thought the first one. Sorry, excuse me. The first one I thought was okay, fair at best. Second one I didn't like. So, but that's my opinion. Like I said, it may not be popular. And for Venom 3, I think it's not going to do very well unless it has a trick up its sleeve, like what you're talking about. Maybe if it brings Tobey Maguire back as Spider-Man, sure, that'd be great. And that may make me want to see it eventually. But as it stands right now, I have no interest in seeing it because, like I said, the first one was mediocre at best, and the second one I didn't like. And it's too bad. I like Woody Harrelson, but I didn't like the last one. All I remember is Woody Harrelson and some annoying chick that he was with, and she got on my nerves all the time. So because of that, whoever that she was ruined that whole movie for me. Okay, so let's see here. What do we have next? Gladiator 2, Electric Boogaloo. What do you guys think?
That'll make a little bit of money, but not too much.
25 years after the first one, with no Russell Crowe.
Yeah, that's not gonna do very well.
See,
I thought you were being serious when he said Gladiator 2 Electric Boogaloo. I'm like, what the?
This is crap that's too late. Little too late.
Right, and see, this also answers your question about what you said earlier, legacy sequel. They're claiming this is a legacy sequel only, even though nobody in it is from the original movie. They're just saying, but it was Russell Crowe's character's son. So because of that, it's a legacy sequel. No, it's not. It's a remake. So that's the only connection with the original movie is this is supposed to be Maximus's son. So it's a remake. Period. Point done. Done with it. So we're getting a remake of Gladiator. So what do you guys think based on that?
Too late.
Nah, not gonna watch it. Thank you.
It's too late. They should, like I said, if it's more than 20 years, then don't even bother trying to sell it for the name because let's like Beetlejuice. There, my kids seen Beetlejuice, but how many kids have actually seen Beetlejuice? There, to where they're going to want to go to it because they recognize it. How many older people are going to want to go to it, recognize the name, or is it going to be just it's too late? I don't have the hype for it anymore.
I think the only thing that the studio is hoping for is I think that Ridley Scott, the director of the original, is going to be directing this too. But I used to be a fan of Ridley Scott. I mean, he's the director of the original Alien. And I like the first Gladiator. But it's too late, yes, as far as most people are going to be like, what's Gladiator? And second of all, Ridley Scott has really gone down, just like Steven Spielberg. His last movies have really sucked ass. So, yeah, I think it's going to come and bomb and go and lose money, in my opinion. Okay, so without further ado, I don't want to waste your time. The War... I have to squint my eyes. The Lord of the Rings, the War of the Rohirrim. What do you guys think? I'm not
the War of the Rohirrim.
The Rohirrim, yeah.
The War of the Rohirrim, and Apple's got their hands on it, or who has their hands on it?
I think I heard it was an Apple movie now.
Is it because I thought they only had because I don't know how they only got partial rights to it.
Oh,
Well, I don't know if they
wonderful.
did
So it's gonna be like the Rings of Power, where they've only got partial rights to it.
so they got the rights to the second age, not the third age. So that's
I
gonna
don't know.
bomb. It's gonna bomb. If Apple has anything to do with it, it'll go the same. It might actually do worse than Wish.
Remember, Apple too. They don't want to show anything that's PG or R or anything like that. Also, so I don't know if
That's
that helps.
no. They just wrecked the whole lore. Everybody called it the Bore of the Rings, or the what was it? Was it the Ring of Power? And they said the
Yeah,
Bore of the Power, or whatever.
I don't know. I call it rings around the toilet.
I don't know. It's gonna bomb. If Apple has it, it's gonna bomb. Anybody else? And who's the director? Who's the director?
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be somebody who's not worth mentioning, but I'll go ahead and put it at War. What's it called? War what?
The War of the Rohirrim. I can look it up too.
I'm doing it. There we go. Director is Kenji Kamiyama.
I don't. So I was
I don't know
gonna.
if that helps.
Because they're not gonna beat the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings. Apple has it. It's gonna bomb. It's gonna bomb. Like
Yeah, this is going to be a spin-off. The untold story behind Helm's Deep, hundreds of years before the fateful war, telling the life and blood-soaked times of its founder, Helm Hammerhand, the King of Rohan. Animation, by the way, guys.
yeah, that's another thing it's gonna have against it because Peter Jackson, they gave him the budget that he wanted, but he's gonna. But yeah, I don't think it's going to do I don't think it's going to do good at all. I'll fill the seas for it, but I'm not gonna because I love the Lord of the Rings trilogy. But I'm not gonna sit there and go to the theater for an Apple film.
Well, then you won't fill the seats.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna pay I'm not gonna go help pay for their suicide nets that they have in China.
Okay. Next, Daniel. Anything else you want to add before we move on?
Yeah. I don't know. I heard that it was going to be a sequel to Return of the King. I guess not.
No,
so
it's
going to be the Second
sequel.
Age. Oh, I'm not going to watch anything from the Second Age.
Yeah. Apple. I think if I remember correctly from what Miss Martin Muses said, is Apple only got the rights to the Second Age. They cannot do anything with the Third Age.
Yeah.
Well, there we go, folks. Okay, now December 13th, the Karaoke Kid.
The Karate Kid?
The Karate Kid.
Starring, believe it or not, Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan.
So is that the original actor?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is going to be a sequel to Cobra Kai.
Yeah, but not if Jackie Chan's in it. So in other words, we're going to have Jackie Chan, but we're not going to have Will Smith's son.
Yeah,
So
what they're doing
try to
is
explain
they're merging the two universes together.
But they think it can't sell without Jackie Chan. Otherwise, because here's what's crazy. Is I'm a fan of Cobra. I'm a fan of the original Karate Kid. I'm a fan of Cobra Kai. I love the series so far. So I'm thinking, what do they need Jackie Chan for? They could make this movie and have it star Miguel, what the hell his name is, and it would do well. I like the character. I like the movie. What the hell is Jackie Chan doing in here? But I don't know. That's just me. I mean, what do you guys think? What do you think, Karate Kid? Think it's going to do well? Is it going to be good? What?
It's going to come off the high of Cobra Kai. It's coming out just about the right time after Cobra Kai.
And we're getting another season of Cobra Kai, but not for another year. But they're filming it now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think they'll get people in the seats for that. It's because it's not a remake, is it?
Yeah, I guess you could say it's a legacy sequel / remake. Because it does have Daniel's son. You know, it's got Ralph Macchio in it,
but it's not. So it might do well if it's not a complete reboot or remake.
What's funny is it has the name The Karate Kid, And it's like the fourth movie with that name. It shouldn't they call it like Karate Kid New Generation or Karate Kid something other than the Karate Kid? Because that's like the fourth movie now with that name.
Yeah, that's a tough one. But that's just like How the Grinch Stole Christmas has like 8 different versions of it. It's all nobody changed the name slightly on this at all. But of course, that's all the same story.
Yes.
As long as it's a different story there, and they keep to the lore of the original there, I think it'll do well. If it's a complete remake with a different cast, it won't do well.
Right. I think they should have the cast from Cobra Kai, in my opinion. I think they would sell, but I don't know if the studio has faith in them. Because they're dragging in Jackie Chan once again. It confuses me. What the hell is he doing there?
Was he in any of the other ones?
He's not in the Cobra Kai TV series.
But was he in the original Karate Kids?
No, he was not in the original Karate Kid. He was only in the bad remakes with Will Smith's son.
Ooh, that might be a problem right there.
Yeah, and that movie bombed. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what is he doing in this? Okay, so all right, enough with the karaoke, the Karate Kid. So I keep thinking Karaoke Kid because that was a Mad Magazine parody.
Do you think Johnny Lawrence, Mike Barnes, and Chosen are going to be in this movie?
Oh, there's no mention of it. We're just looking up on Internet Movie Database, and there's no other cast members mentioned except for Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio.
Also, being a Cobra Kai fan, were you excited to see those three team up against Terry Silver?
Yes, everything about the series, I love it. The fact that they keep bringing people back from the series, from the movies, and they're in great shape and they're fighting and kicking ass. I love everything about the new series. So, okay, how about Sonic 3? What do you guys think?
That'll make a ton of money. I guarantee you my kid's going to beg me to go see that.
And I admit the first two did well. So, yeah, it's got a good job. I'm not a big... it's okay for me or whatever. But, yeah, I think it'll do well, too.
Yeah, and they listen to their fans when they're... I think this was the movie that the people are complaining on how they look, so they delayed the release of the movie to go redesign him.
Yeah, that's what Nemesis was talking about earlier. They redesigned it because the fans said so, and because of that, it did well.
Yeah, it's
and it was like I was
well.
talking about. You pay respect to the fans, you get respect in return.
Yeah, my kid's gonna beg me to go see that one. So
hopefully, this one won't take place in San Francisco, like the last two did. I mean, I don't know why. San Francisco is not a place I want to see again ever.
It might be It might just be They might have gotten a deal on the price for budget reasons. It could be for budget reasons.
Well, and they wanted to advertise that new building there. What is it? Price. Anyway, I can't remember the building, but the building failed, and now it's mostly empty. So that's what I'm saying is they're not going to. No sense in sitting around that again.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, the city cut them a deal for the filming of the stuff there. For that advertisement, there is basically what it was.
Right.
That's why it's
Salesforce, right? The Salesforce Tower. That was it. Okay, so anything else you guys want to add before we move on to the next one?
I grew up with Sonic the Hedgehog playing the video games, and I love Sonic the Hedgehog. But the movies, I don't know. I was kind of hoping, like I read the comic books when I was a kid, and Sonic the Hedgehog was on a planet called Mobius, and he was fighting Dr. Robotnik, and Dr. Robotnik was in his big mecha city called Robotropolis. I was hoping that Sonic the Hedgehog would be about that, but no. Sonic the Hedgehog is in the human world, and he's going around doing stuff. And Jim Carrey is Dr. Robotnik, which is, I think he was a poor choice for Dr. Robotnik, right? Because Dr. Robotnik, he's a fat guy, right?
I wondered about that.
Jim Carrey is so skinny.
Yes. But you're fat shaming. Just kidding.
I don't know. I mean, well.
So would it have helped if they would have put Jim Carrey in a fat suit?
Maybe.
Might have helped, huh? At least visually would have been a little more like his character.
After Mufasa here, I'm going to bed.
Well, then let's talk about that. Disney's Mufasa.
Oh,
Too
it's
late.
a prequel
Yeah,
So what?
to The Lion King.
no, it's the Mufasa story there, but no, everybody got pissed with them remaking the Lion King. There, it's been 30 years since the original came out. You can't do the Lion King two. The Lion King two and Lion King 1.5 did well because it came out right after the original, but they're remaking every fucking thing, and it's this will be the worst one out of all the movies this year. This one's the one that'll probably bomb the most because people are sick and tired of the other remakes, and this is going to be no different story. Nobody likes the new animation of the Lion King. We want the old 1990s Lion King.
So Mufasa is in the Lion King
Yeah,
universe, I
Mufasa.
guess.
Yeah, Mufasa. He is the king. He was the king that was killed by Scar. Then and Scar blamed Simba for it, or accused Simba of it, and Simba ran off. And that's when he ran into Pumbaa and Timba there, and that's when you get the whole Hakuna Matata. And he grows up, he goes back to reclaim the kingdom. Mufasa was Simba's father.
Okay, well, thank you for catching me up on that. So here we go. Mufasa, the Lion King, Simba, having become king of the Pride Lands, is determined for his cub to follow in his paw prints while the origins of the late father of Mufasa are explored. So Mufasa's dead.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
stars everybody's favorite Seth Rogen.
Okay, that might not kill too much, but everybody's tired of this. Nobody's gonna want to see this. It's
Let's
too
see.
late. This would have been a great. This might have been a good Lion King 2, like in '92, like 2 years after the original Lion King. But no, it's gonna be a flashback. It's gonna be the Simba telling his cubs about his father, and it's gonna be doing flashbacks to his father.
Okay, well, my question
But
is: it says adventure, drama, family. So, is it live action or is it animated cartoon? I mean, what do you think? Because it didn't say.
it's gonna be animation, but it's gonna look live action.
Oh, so like the remake of Lion King, the live action
Yeah,
remake.
yeah, it's gonna be crap. Yeah, because nobody, absolutely, I did not hear one person, and I listened to a bunch of different people who were talking about this. This is from a pool of like 40, 50 people. Nobody liked the look of the new Lion King remake.
I agree with that. And same thing with Dumbo and the rest of them. Everybody hated them. Okay, so anything you want to add, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch this. It's just another prequel.
I'm not even gonna introduce my kid to it.
So, in other words, screw Disney on this one.
Yeah, nobody wants it because it's too late. Nobody likes the look of the new Lion King anyhow.
You know, and this is a perfect example of out of touch. What I was talking about, Hollywood out of touch. They think we still want to see Seth Rogen. Who wants to fucking see Seth Rogen anymore?
No, that part
He
won't
was
bother
good
me.
as he was okay as Donkey Kong, but that's it.
Yeah, but after his mouth's up with his political, he's a far left, loudmouth liberal, and he said some really nasty things. So
That's every actor in Hollywood nowadays.
I know, but I'm saying, but that doesn't help their career either. Some people do remember, like I do.
Whatever happened to the agents that whisper in the ear? Just shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up, or you're fired. That's how it used to be, right? And well, look at this way. Somebody spoke to Rachel Ziegler because now she's completed a 180 and she's changing her tune about Snow White.
Yeah.
So somebody went and spoke to her and said, "Shut the fuck up," right?
Well, that's because Disney canceled the movie after she opened her mouth.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't cancel it. They delayed it another year, and they're gonna add CGI dwarves over those other actors that were hired. Believe it or not, they're gonna reshoot a bunch of it.
So that's another slap in the face. They want it to be inclusive and diverse, but yet they're going to use CGI dwarves instead of hiring the short people who would probably love to get into the movie.
Yes. You could thank Peter Dinklage for that one, huh?
Yeah. that to me is like that's a much of a slap in the face, like me, I would have no problem with comic book characters if they're gay and stuff like that. Just don't make the story revolve around that, But why are they giving all these? They're giving the black people. They're making was it Black Superman or was it Black Spider Man? Why not create
gay black Superman? They were gonna do.
Yeah. Why not make up a whole new character? So if you want a black superhero, why give them a washed up superhero that's already made all its money and the only people that are buying it are the fans of the stuff, instead of giving them a brand new superhero no one's ever heard of there to get excited for?
That's exactly what I was saying earlier, because they know nobody will pay to see it. So that's the same reason why they're turning Supergirl into the hip goth chick, whatever that Nemesis was talking about, because they know nobody will pay to see that. So they're putting the Supergirl label on it. Same old crap.
Yeah, but
and go ahead.
I was gonna say, but I'm heading to bed. It's midnight.
Well, let's finish this up here real quick, Gil. Sorry. Edge of Time says, to the tune of the twist, let's reboot again like we did last summer. Let's reboot again like we did last year. Do you remember when our sequels were really selling? Another reboot is here. Edge of Time says, hard hams? Sorry, it's my eyes had to squint. Borderlands 2. Oh, I see. Edge of Time says female gland. Yeah, that's all we're going to get is female gland. I switched devices and got behind in the stream. Edge of Time, no problem. Edge of Time says, did I miss any good sequels? I don't, from what I've been hearing, I don't see any good sequels coming out this. Are you, okay, out of all these movies, Daniel and Gorilla, what sequels are you really think that are going to be really good that you're excited about?
Inside Out 2 there. I'm cautiously optimistic what they'll do with the emotion anxiety in that movie, because it revolves around it'll be a sixth emotion that it'll revolve around. But then Sonic 3, my kid's gonna love that one there.
All right.
I might sail the high seas for the War of the Rohirrim, because I'd like to hear more about it, but I'm not going to give any money to Apple. What else is on the list? Beetlejuice 2, I might check it out, but I think it's too late for that one.
And what about you, Daniel? Which movies are you genuinely excited about coming out? Oh, that many, huh? No, I'm just kidding. I think Daniel's excited about Deadpool. I don't like to speak for him. He may have stepped away from the computer, but I think he's excited about Deadpool, and I don't blame him. I know the guy's a comic book fan. And
no! Look, sorry. I thought I was unmuted. Sorry. Deadpool 3 and Beetlejuice 2.
Okay, and I hope you're right about Beetlejuice 2. Hopefully, it'll be good.
Yeah,
and I'm excited for Catherine O'Hara. By the way, good for her. She's in 2 movies that we mentioned tonight, so good for her. I can at least say that.
Yeah, I'm happy for her, yeah.
The problem with Beetlejuice is it's just so long after the original, it has no wave to ride on.
So expect it to center around a new, younger cast.
Yeah,
I really doubt it's going to center around the OG cast, because I know how Hollywood is. They just don't do that anymore. Everything's about, oh, look, everybody's got kids now. The family's going to have kids. Everybody's going to have kids. Winona Ryder's going to have kids. So you might get cameos by the OG cast, but just like with the shitty Ghostbusters, you're going to get the focus based around a bunch of adolescents.
Yeah, I liked that one with the center on the grandkids there. I thought that was pretty good.
That's fine. I know a lot of people did, but I didn't, because I don't like the juvenile. This is Ghostbusters, and I want horror with teeth. I want to know that there's a chance I might be scared still. I don't want to go see a juvenile elementary school version of the Ghostbusters. Edge of Time says, so Mufasa, the prequel. Edge of Time says, Happy New Year, I'm out. Good night, Edge of Time. And I wanted to say good night, everybody in the chat. Thank you. I know it's been a long night. We've been going on for 4 hours. So that's incredible. It's been an incredible. And thank you, Gorilla, most of all, obviously, for helping me tonight with the chat. And before we exit and shuffle off this mortal coil, Gorilla, tell us about your channel.
Well, let's see. Tomorrow we are watching the American reunion. Then after that, the Sundays will be devoted to Mad Max.
So
there.
starting with the first Mad Max movie.
Yes, we're gonna watch them all.
Good.
Then let's see. Wednesday will be Justified. Watch party. We're almost done with season 3. I think we're reviewing the Walton's episode, The Cradle, next Friday. Then on Saturday we'll be reviewing Enemy Mine. I think it is.
Okay, Louis Gossett Jr.
Yeah,
and Dennis
But-
Quaid.
yeah, and I'll probably
Well,
have some shorts coming out this week.
Well, let me help you out. Enemy Mine is what Dharma Tanaga ripped off. So there you go.
Okay, and if my kid takes a nap tomorrow, I'll have another Keys to the Kingdom one out. I'll be talking about the Lower House.
Okay.
But that's it all centers around is she'll take a nap because I don't want the kids' noise in the background of that one.
Okay. All right, and thank you. And also, Gorilla has some fantastic, hilarious shorts that he puts out every now and then. So I highly recommend his channel, everybody. Gorilla's Random Thoughts. Daniel, anything would you like to add or plug about your channel or what you do?
Well, I just do streams on other people's channels. I can't make my own videos, at least not yet. Yeah. So, but before we go, like I know, okay, before you were talking to me about like where was this conversation going when I was talking about Batman and Robin. Well, I was thinking we're talking about legacy. We were talking about like Elseworlds movies, right? I was saying I hope they make a sequel, an Elseworlds sequel to Batman and Robin. I know it's not going to do well, but just do it for the hell of it, you know, for the fans.
I know, but you're talking about will they throw away the money or are they willing to risk it? And with Warner Brothers being really tight right now, it's not very likely. And they'd have to bring back Joel Schumacher. And I don't know if that's going to happen. He had a falling out with them.
No,
It would have to be right. Well, that's a good falling out. so it would have to be a different producer.
Yeah.
I thought he was. So was it? Am I wrong? But wasn't he doing the Pirates of the Caribbean movies or no?
No, I think that was like some other guy. But
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
But I want to see Chris O'Donnell back and Alicia Silverstone back. They were great.
Well, now you got to remember now they're 25 years older.
I know, but have you seen Alicia Silverstone? She is gorgeous, man. She's still gorgeous.
Okay. How's her career doing?
I think she's doing like independent stuff.
Okay, well, as long as she's still there, so that's good. At least she's still active and still acting. All right. So, anything else you guys want to add before I close this up?
Nope.
Okay. I wanted to thank everybody in the chat for joining me for my New Year's Eve celebration. I know it wasn't quite like a New Year's Eve discussion, but we had a little bit of open topics there, and we talked about the new movies coming out next year. And that was a blast. And I want to thank Gorilla. Thank you for coming on the panel and helping me with the chat tonight. It really does help spare my voice because I don't have a lot of that left over. And Daniel, I really appreciate you coming on. I'm glad you were able to make time, and it was good to see you again.
Yeah, it was great to be here, buddy. Yeah, it was nice, talking about all these cool movies and stuff and what we want to see in the future. And yeah,
right.
I hope 2024 will be a better year.
Right. Hopefully most of these movies will be better than we expected, and hopefully they'll all surprise us and be really good and do well, huh? I don't know if that'll happen, but hey, you always hope. But yeah, thank you guys. I know we've been over 4 hours now, but like I said, thank you, Happy New Year, everybody in the chat, and especially Happy New Year for my good friends on the panel and Nemesis, wherever you are out there. I'm pretty sure you're asleep by now. But I will see you guys soon. If I don't see you within the next couple of days, have a Happy New Year. But please, if you're able to, please tune in for the Tuesday night sci-fi horror for the Terror of Frankenstein. I think you'll have a great time. So good night, everybody. Thank you so much.